We'll start with our gray Brahmins, follow them with our red Brahmins. After the red Brahmins, we'll go with our Beefmaster females and conclude with our Santa Gertrudis heifers in the South Arena. We're about to start our opening ceremonies, so if you're in first or second class of Simbras in the North Arena, or the first and second class in our gray Brahmins in the South Arena, I think you ought to start getting it on your mind and start matriculating your way up to the makeup arena.
Class 1, Brahman Heifers. Class 1, Brahman Heifers to staging, please. Let's bring up your Class 1 Brahman females, the south staging area. Thank you.
How are you today?
Not doing good.
Feel good?
No paperwork,
No.
judges. I got my focus meeting speech ready.
You got your opening feed ready?
Yeah, we don't need to start a cattle show at 7 if y'all can't get judges paperwork here.
Next week, Fridays. Friday morning, somehow put some notes
Yeah.
together today.
Well, the judges are
All
good
right,
now,
we'll get with
and the paperwork just got
tomorrow morning.
at 8 after.
Okay.
They need to be
It
here
is Friday again.
6:15
Yeah.
at the latest. That's all
The
right.
ring help over here have their copy. Yeah, I'm having a hard time.
Your folks have been ready to
Y'all ready?
take video.
Why?
We've been here for a while.
Yeah.
I said, we're going to be at 5:45.
Yeah.
I heard my son.
That's how.
So we're going settings. I got a new iPad, but I got Star Spangled Banner on here.
Oh, right.
I can't do. It's on a shuffle mode, and of course they don't. You may know how to navigate that thing to get it off the.
Oh.
No.
got it there.
Now, they're even right. Help. This is final call for Class 1 staging in the Simbras and Brahmins. Final call. We'll be starting your show shortly. We'll be having our opening ceremonies here in just a moment.
I will take them.
I want to thank the members of the Junior Brahmin Association that are here to assist with the awards distribution and the Junior Brahmin show here in the South Arena. And we're pleased to have Claire Jalevka, the president, the vice president, Lauren Locke, the secretary, McKinney Driver, treasurer Brock Sartwell, reporter Cecilia Guerra, and also a whole host of directors will be in and out of the arena today when they're not showing. They include our TBJ Princess, Ellie Briskoff, the Queen, that's Mackenzie Willard, the AJBA Queen, Alicia Haynes, and directors Paul Haynes, Brian LaRue, Mackenzie Willard, Carly Kroshek, Baxter Whitworth, and Alicia Hayes. They're all joining us here today. Well, I think, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to begin our opening ceremonies. And here in San Antonio, we always like to take a minute before we start our day's judging competitions, giving thanks to our Creator as well as respecting our country. And if you could direct your attention to the stage and our flags that are on display, we will begin. And this morning, providing us with the invocation as well as leading us in the national anthem at the conclusion of our opening ceremonies, we are pleased to have Miss Jane Lawrence from Robstown, Texas. Jane is a member of the Blunzer 4-H Club, and they're in Nueces County. She'll be exhibiting a Santa Gertrudis heifer here later today. Her parents are Scott and Amanda Lawrence, and she's a sixth grader. So, Jane, if you would deliver the invocation, please.
Let us pray. Our Lord Jesus, be with us as we gather today for the Junior Heifer Show, asking for your blessing over the competition and those who are here to support the youth who have worked so hard for their projects. Please place protection over this event and those involved. I pray for safe travels for those involved. I ask these things in your precious name. Amen.
And ladies and gentlemen, with our pledges to our Texas and our American flag, we're pleased to have Tanner Lawrence, ninth grader, also from Nueces County 4-H, and he is going to lead us in our pledges.
Honor the Texas flags. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Now our pledge to the American flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we're pleased to have us leading the national anthem this morning, Miss Jane Lawrence. Hold it close.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleamings, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Jane and Tanner. Appreciate y'all's help with the opening ceremonies. I think we're ready to bring in cattle. Fix that mic down.
Okay,
I'll
Philip.
use mine. Hey, Philip.
Philip, there's your microphone, Judge. Oh, right. Yep.
Just get whatever you're going to send on.
For Harvey too, so.
Okay, we're off and running with our Junior Heifer Show. We're leading in class number 1 in our Simbra show. So you class 2 and class 3 Simbra females be getting on your mind. We'll have 4 classes, then our divisions. So class number 1 in the ring, class 2 Simbras, North Arena. Needs you in the makeup area. I'd like to welcome and share some information about our judge in the North Arena. We are certainly grateful and honored to have Mr. Chris Sankey from Council Grove, Kansas, to be with us here today to work through our American heifers on the north side. Mr. Sankey will be judging our Cimbra, our Red Brangus, our Black Brangus, and our ARB heifers. Chris and his wife Cherie own and operate Sankey's 6N Ranch, a registered Angus and Brangus operation with their children and grandchildren. The Sankeys, Chris and his family, have raised and shown many national champions in the Angus and Brangus breeds. Chris is a graduate of Kansas State University, where he was on the livestock judging team. Mr. Sankey has judged many national, regional, and state shows, as well as judged internationally. And he's very familiar with the American influence cattle. He's judged several junior national shows, including the Brahman, Red, and Black Brangus females. Again, let's congratulate and thank Mr. Chris Sankey from Council Grove, Kansas, to be here with us here today in San Antonio and share his time and talents with us. I also like to recognize our college interns that we have helping us on both rings today. Several of these sharp-dressed young men and women will be helping get the cattle shown and with all the records from Texas Tech and Texas A&M. So we certainly appreciate them being out here and working with the youngsters here at the Junior Heifer Show.
Second one.
We need exhibitor number 29740, Addison Lucas, to the north staging area in Class 2. Addison Lucas, exhibitor 29740. We're missing your heifer in the north staging area, Class 2 Cimbros.
Well, good morning, everybody, ringside, and it's really a pleasure to be here. I'm Guy from the north, and I get to come down here and enjoy a great day with great weather and great kids and great cattle. So it's what I really enjoy doing. And you get into this first class of Brahman heifers, and I'll be honest with you, it's kind of getting thrown right into the mix. Got a big class, got young heifers that probably haven't been to town yet, but morning. It's a real pleasure to be here. It's going to be a fun day. I look forward to working with Chris on the other side and getting an opportunity to sort through the Americans that we have here today. And we got a great
breed of cattle to start with and some really good ones in the ring. This class of cattle is, we have Aprils and younger, so we've got some age spread maybe that we won't see in some of these other classes. And so there we have a little more variation. But I think the one thing I will tell you is, as far as size and growth, probably doesn't matter as much to me as it does soundness, body, build, cow power. And that's kind of what I like to find in females. I think this red heifer that starts our class, she puts a lot of that together. I think she shows us as much rib shape, as much true dimension. You stand behind her, she's got as much width and spring and dimension to her. I'm not going to tell you she's perfect on those back feet, but she's as good, I think, as we see in a lot of these in here, better than most. But she's sound. She'll take a good reach. She gets out around the ring. I just think for me, she was kind of the logical place to start. You want to walk her out of the ring, and we'll talk about these others as we go. The young man's big heifer that came next. Heifer that I really appreciate, again, because of the center portion of her body. She's got that extra bit of rib and extra flank that maybe we don't have in some of these other cattle. She looks like she could be pretty maternal. She's not quite as good as I'd like for her to be when we hit the ground. I think I'd like to square her up a little, get her to be just a straighten herself out a little bit when you get behind her and watch her walk away from you. But that's a big, sound, growthy kind of female that's got a lot of future to her. Young man does a nice job. Kind of an interesting red and white heifer that we have standing next. She wants to paddle just a little bit. We get her out on the move. She'll reach out a little bit. But I like her type. I like the kind of cattle that we have here. I think she looks like a really maternal in her kind. Pretty soft in the way she's made. I think she's got a great future. Big heifer, black heifer that comes next. A heifer that I really appreciate this heifer standing still. She's so attractive. She really draws you into her. You love that neck. You love that top line. She just gets so tight in those pasterns when we get her out on the move. She doesn't want to flex down. She wants to stick the ground, really hit the ground hard when she comes around. And I'd like to just loosen her up in that. I'd just like to get her to flex a little more, reach in under herself a little more. To me, that's longevity, and I think that's just something that we have to deal with in these young heifers. But that's a really nice female young lady's got a great heifer. Super attractive heifer that comes next. This is the outlier in the bunch. This is the breeding piece. If you want to put some genetics into your cattle to maybe change the way they're built. You really want to change the front end structure in one, you reach into this heifer. She's not as soggy and stout and maybe as powered up as heifers stand on either side of her, but you really have to appreciate one that you can bring a different phenotype to the ring, sound enough, flexible enough, just not quite enough to her if we're going to put her up on the front end. The big powered heifer that comes next, young man's got, she does have some top in her. She's got a big hip in her. She's got plenty of dimension to her. Not quite as pulled together maybe as we've seen in some of these others. She wants to kind of come apart, get a little piece here in the way she wants to come to us. Like to just make her a little tighter made than the way we come to her. Young lady's little heifer that comes next. Really appreciate her. Love that center portion of her body. She's got some rib shape. She's got some volume. Probably giving her a little harder time. We probably get a better chance to see her when we get this heifer to where she'll really help us out on the lead and get her set up to where we can really show her. Young lady's heifer that follows next, if we're going to just, the first place I'd change this heifer's kind of in her tail head set. I'd want to set that down, square her up a little bit, get her down on the ground a little sounder, but just a pretty good female. Nice heifer comes next. From her shoulders back, I think she puts together as many good things as we have. She gets herself out of balance. She wants to throw in a little more chest, a little more front end, get a little out on her front end, so she's not quite balanced up like some of the cattle we have ahead of her, but a pretty good female. Young lady's heifer that comes next, she gets in here because she does have some dimension to her. She has got some bone and some foot and some top to her. Gets a little round, wants to drop her pins, not quite as sound as we'd like for her to be, but still a pretty good female, good place to for a set of cattle. Give these young exhibitors a nice hand for bringing them out. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sankey, for that critique of our first class of Cimbra heifers. Winning the class is Addison Seifert from Leon County 4-H. Placing second, Colson Gleck, Columbus FFA. Our third place heifer exhibited by Cash Morrison from Austin County 4-H. Fourth place ribbon goes to Parker Polite from Columbus FFA. Fifth, shown by Emily Birch, Waller County 4-H. Our sixth place Cimbra female in Class 1, shown by Jack Peterson, Grayson County 4-H. Seventh goes to Risa Silvas from Fremont FFA. Eighth, shown by Micah Eilert from Columbus FFA. Ninth place goes to Jessica Bordlin from East Chambers FFA. And our 10th place female shown by Allie Eckert, Austin County 4-H. We're now bringing in Class 2 in our Simbroth female show. So Class 3, we need you in the makeup area. Class 4, Simbroth Heifers, start getting it on your mind.
So as we get into this second class of purebred gray Brahman heifers at a little
not one in here that just jumps on you when you come in the ring. There's a lot of probably some places, every one of these cattle, I'd like to see some changes in them. But I think for me, the heifer that puts the most good things together, young lady's heifer, the Baldy, that's going to start the class, she does a lot of things right. And I think it starts from just body type, rib shape, structural soundness. I think she just puts a lot of good things together. And I think she can get out and get around the ring. She's flexible. She moves good. And that's to her advantage in a class that I think we probably are challenged by trying to find that one that does everything right, but she does as much of them as any of it. So I think very deserving, a good quality, really a good heifer, very deserving one in the class. Big powered up female that comes next. I appreciate her from the standpoint when we look through this set of females and you start looking for cows that give us some extra body, give us some extra rib, give us that look that they've got some cow look to them. I think she fits the bill. She probably doesn't balance up, gets a little deeper chested, doesn't want to just come at us right structurally, but I think she puts so many cow qualities together that we have to put her up on the front end. Nice female. Young man's red heifer. I really like this heifer when she comes in the ring. And I'll just be real honest with you. If we took her from the center portion of her body right in the middle back into her flank and we would soften her up and just make her a little bulkier made, she'd walk to the front end of this class because there's so many good things about her. For me, though, she just gets a little tight, a little more tubular, gets a little tucked up in her flank, makes her a little bit off, I think, and just like to change that about her. We have some of that, a little bit of extra center portion in this young lady's Baldy heifer. She's not as attractive made. I think we still want to find these females that are a little more feminine in the way they're put together up in their front end structure. That'd be where I'd get critical on her first. I'd change her tail head set. I'd soften her up a little bit again, just like some of these others. But that's a good female, and it's sure not picking on her. This is kind of the interesting one this young lady's got. She is the big bone, kind of big footed, rugged made one. She's not particularly maybe my kind. She's probably a little looser in the way she's put together. Probably shows us a little more extra skin, a little more front end, a little more just a little more leather on her than I'd like to see. But still, I think you have to look at the quality that she does have from the standpoint of power and dimension. Red heifer going out, heifer that I like from the standpoint, she is extremely big top, big hip. She gets a little round in the way she's built. Like to change that about her, like to flatten her in her shoulder, flatten her out a little. Young man's black heifer that comes next. Just another really nice female, a heifer that we start picking apart these cattle and just what we'd like to change about them and where it gets to be on me. I'd like to change her on her hind wheels. I'd like to change her the way she hits the ground. I'd like her more flexible, like her softer made, just like this young lady's red heifer again. Heifer that gets a little off when we stand behind her and watch her walk away from us. Heifer that gets a little tighter in her rib shape, not quite as soft and cowy as what we have. Young lady's heifer that comes next. Just a really good female heifer that's got a lot of future to her. Young lady doing a nice job. We're going to put her in a class. We just need more power to her if we're going to get her further up. But great set of cattle, good set of young exhibitors. Give them a nice hand for bringing them out. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sankey, for that critique of our second class of Simbra females. Winning that class is Kaylee Walker from Huffman FFA. Our second place female exhibited by Rachel Snyder. Rachel's from ERA FFA. Our third place female shown by Griffin Dotson from Frisco Wakeland FFA. Fourth place honors go to Araya McNeil, Dickinson FFA. Fifth place exhibited by Barbara Hernandez, Lumberton FFA. Sixth place goes to Madison Holyfield, East Chambers FFA. John Revers from Hidalgo County 4-H showed our seventh place female. Eighth, shown by Addison Lucas, Fort Bend County 4-H.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
in. I think a pair of these heifers up here. Start talking about young cow prospects, maternal type, big bodied, kind of flexible, sound, functional kind of cattle that just put so many good things together. And I think this female that wins the class, she hit me pretty hard when she came in. I mean, she's not the biggest bone, biggest footed, most rugged made, but I think she is the most maternal in her type. When we really look at what I think are indicators of good young cow prospects that are still sound structurally and still functional in their kind and have that rib shape and volume. And she kind of finds that place at the top. And I mean, we can pick on her. We can talk about that little bit of extra that she throws right out in her front end, wants to maybe just not be quite as beautifully made as we've had in some of these others, but that young lady does such a good job of pulling that head up and getting her neck out. That's a real advantage when we compare to the heifer standing right behind her. I love the red heifer from her shoulder back. I think when we start really picking on her, we're going to say that, you know, man, from her shoulder forward, she needs a little more of that length and extension that we have standing in that heifer above her. But just following the same traits and same qualities and same maternal aspects that class winner has, I think she fits the bill, and she kind of goes into the same. And we're talking about spring of rib, body, bulk, maternal values that I think cows should show us if we're going to make them, you know, into prospects that we want them to be. This is kind of a bigger bone, stouter made female that comes next. She's probably got as much power and performance as any we have in here. She handles it really well. I'll give her credit. She does fairly well getting around the ring for the power and dimension that she has. That would be her advantage over the young lady's heifer that comes next. A heifer that's probably super attractive to look at. I love standing back and looking at her because I love that top line. I love her hip. She just needs, if we're going to get her on the front end of this, we're just going to want to pull her apart, get a little bit more of her, make just a little more female to get her up on the front end. But that's a great young prospect, and I appreciate her because she's fresh. I think maybe her best days, we're still a ways away from the end of some of these heifers' careers. And I think she's one that as we go down the road with her, she could be one that really shows up strong as we get them into big heavy breds. Young man's heifer that comes next, she falls back into that category, really showing us that extra bit of just substance and dimension and power. And you want to breed one that's going to put some punch and some big bone and big foot and big power in them. That's what this young man's got. Young lady's heifer that comes next, she's just a good female. I'd like to change her structurally. I'd like to maybe just change her a little bit when we get her out on the move, get her to flex a little bit more, be a little sounder right down at the ground. But still, that's a good cow that's just got a lot of quality to her. Young man's heifer comes next, very similar like her. Not as much to her as a heifer that stands above her, but from a structure standpoint, I think she's kind of the same way. We'd like to change her hitting the ground. Young lady's heifer that comes next, starting to get a little more tubular, not as mature, I think, in that body shape and body type. We need to just soften them up, drop some rib shape, drop some flank into them, just like with the young man's baldy heifer that comes next. Very similar. Good cattle, really good cattle. And I think they're cattle that have some advantages from the standpoint of they're flexible, they're sound. The young lady's heifer that leads out right now really gets around the ring well, and that's her advantage over the big heifer that follows out. Young lady's heifer that's leading out right now, just from a structure standpoint, I think we have to, change her on both ends. If we're going to get her further along, we're going to have to make her sounder, more flexible. But good set of cattle. Give those young exhibitors a nice hand. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sankey, for that critique of our third class, the Simbra females, winning Class 3, Taylor Gross from Burton FFA. Second in that class, exhibited by Callie Heaton, Montgomery FFA. Our third place honors goes to Allison Moss from Lumberton FFA, placing fourth. Bryn Palat from Columbus FFA. Our fifth place exhibitor, Cayman Cody, Toller FFA. Sixth place goes to Brooklyn Beard, Axtell FFA. Our seventh place female shown by Benjamin Birch, Waller County 4-H. Eighth shown by Rebecca Gibson, East Chambers FFA. Ninth place goes to Rowan Gents, Longview FFA. And 10th, Madison Steele, Jim Wells County 4-H. Now bringing in Class 4 and our Simbra heifers. Following Class 4, we'll go into our heifer calf division drive. So class number 7 need to kind of get it on your mind, Junior Cimbra Heifers.
Full set of females in this. We get into these older Januaries and pair of heifers up here on the top end that I think just really do a lot of things right, a lot of good. But the heifer that wins the class, I think when she walks in here, she comes in here with a presence that you really have to appreciate. She is got a lot of things going for her that as we work through them, we like to find cattle that have some rib, some body, some maternal look. We talk about it all the time. If you can add in some of that extra foot and bone dimension and real substance and performance that this heifer brings, then that's a real added advantage for her. And she just does it so well. I think there's just so much good in that cow that it's hard to not really appreciate her for what she is, which is one big stout power cow. Does a lot of things right. Young lady's black heifer that comes in right behind her. Not going to be as wide base, not going to be as wide pin, not going to be as wide down at the ground. But this is a heifer that you stand back and just appreciate her on the profile from the extra look that she has, the extra center body that she brings, just that really elegant female look that she has in the ring. And just know that, this is just a pretty good pair. And, depending on where you want to put your priorities, there's a lot of good in both those heifers, a lot of quality. Young man's little red heifer that comes next kind of sometimes seems like these third place heifers are heifers that just kind of fit right there because they're just not quite enough to them to get to the front end. They're way too good to not keep up on the top and really evaluate them for what they are, which is just good cattle. And that's just a good young female. Young man's got a great future with her. We start talking about what it's going to take to beat those other two. She's going to take some time, dimension, maturity to get her up on the front end. But that's a good heifer there that does a lot of things right. Big bodied, kind of a powered up black heifer young lady brings next. Probably doesn't want to probably be as sound as we'd like for her to be. Doesn't want to just give us that extra profile look when we start getting off and really analyzing them. Maybe want to widen her pin set a little bit, get her just a little more, give her a little more dimension. But that's just a good cow prospect. Baldy heifer that comes next, heifer that again we start talking about how they get out of balance. This heifer that gets a little bit out of balance when you look at her on the profile standpoint. Has some chest, some neck. She gets up and it just throws the front third of her, gets to be a bigger part of her than the rest of her. So, but just center portion back into that cow prospect. She's a good one. Red heifer that comes next. If we're going to pick them, and a pair of heifers that are very similar in kind, if we're going to change them, I want to change them in their pin structure. I want to change them out from their hip. I want to get them to be a little squarer made. Young lady's heifer that's walking out has an advantage from her shoulder forward when you compare to the heifer standing behind her. More elegant made, more length of neck, probably a little more what I like to see as a cow prospect, but just a really nice pair of those red heifers that follow out. The gray heifer that comes next, kind of a big bone, rugged made heifer that doesn't just overwhelm you in a lot of places other than she is big bodied. She is maternal. She has a lot of things working for her in that direction. Young man's heifer that comes next, a heifer that, if we're going to change her, we'd like to change her on both ends down at the ground. She wants to get out on those front feet, paddle when she walks. Doesn't want to come in square when we get behind her, watch her walk away from us. Female just needs to be a little sounder structure. The young lady's heifer that leads out. I appreciate the growth curve this heifer has. She's got some grow in her. She's got some performance. Just need more of her if we're going to get her up on the front. So good set of cattle. Congratulations to these kids.
Thank you, Mr. Sankey, for that critique of our fourth class of Cimbrob females. Winning the class is Cadence Ellis from Cherokee County 4-H. Our second place ribbon goes to Cameron Skaggs, member of the Brazos County 4-H. Third place goes to Beckett Posey, Wilson County 4-H. Fourth place female, exhibited by Cameron Thompson, Teague FFA. Fifth place goes to Ariana Rocca, Washington County 4-H. Sixth place exhibited by Heather Teal. Fifth place, Sixth place, Heather Teal. Seventh place, Kinley Smith. Apologize for that. Eighth place, Isabella Correa. Ninth goes to Stockton Lightfoot. And our 10th place, female exhibited by Mia Jones, Brazoswood FFA. Now bringing in our class winners from classes 1 through 4, along with our second place heifers to select our heifer calf champions.
So I know we've got a lot of cattle yet to sort through, so I'm going to try to keep this brief, but boy, these first few classes have been very, very good, and we get them back out here for our division
Simra side, and I think this is an outstanding set of cattle. We've sorted through a bunch of them, but I do think that if we get back and look at our class winners, I'd like to think that you can see the kind of cattle that I like from the standpoint of I like them to be maternal. I like for them to have some dimension. I like for them to be sound enough structurally, do a lot of things right. If we can throw in some added bonuses, make them a little more attractive to look at, do some of those things, and I think it's pretty hard to not really appreciate this lineup. This is a good set of cattle. You know, there's about 3 or 4 different ways to go here. I'm kind of going to have to evaluate these just a little bit more to decide where I want to start at, but good set of cattle, good set of young exhibitors. Give them a really nice hand for bringing them out. Congratulations on these cattle. We'll pick some champions.
On our Simbra side, we've just selected our calf champions, and winning that division, coming to us out of class number 3, Taylor Gross from Burton FFA. Congratulations to you, Taylor. And our reserve heifer calf champion in our Simbra division comes to us out of class 4. That female exhibited by Caden Ellis from Cherokee County 4-H. And congratulations to all the youngsters who showed in our heifer classes 1 through 4. Transition on.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
area of the Junior Simbra show. So if you're in class 8, 9, or 10, Junior Simbra, we need you in the North Holding Arena. Classes 8, 9, 10, Simbra, we need you to the North Holding Arena.
We got a really nice class of late
My challenge in this class is who gets to be second. It's not who's first because that's the dominant female that stands up on the front end, walks in the ring. You know, a lot of times judging cattle or looking at cattle, you're in the pasture, something stands up and they hit you and you're like, man, that one is good. And that's the way I feel about this one. She does a lot of good things right. You can talk about her from one end to the other. You can talk about her on the profile. You can stand behind her, stand in front of her, just discuss all the things we've spent time discussing in these cattle. And she just does a lot of things right in this class. It'll be interesting to put her in with the older senior yearlings and those others that come behind her and see how she shapes up. But in here, that's just a pretty good female. And then the challenge becomes, how do I, and I'm kind of one of those guys, and I know they don't all have to be the same. They don't all have to look the same. And variation is always a good thing, but I kind of like to try and line them out. And kind of, if I have a good one to start with, I want to try to find something that matches up that kind. Probably don't have that one that follows in here just like that. But the heifer that stands second, and just be real honest with you, from her shoulder back, I think there's a tremendous amount of good and quality, rib, volume, dimension in her. She just probably has a little bit more front end in her than she needs to get up on and beat that heifer standing above her. But that's a good cow prospect. I think she's got a lot of future to her. Young lady's heifer that stands third, heifer that's kind of similar to the one standing above her, just not as much rib, not as much body, a little tighter made, a little more tubular in her kind. Doesn't really want to give us that extra bit of softness and balance. Young man's heifer, the Baldy that comes next. I like this female. She's probably a little non-traditional in her kind, which I don't have any problem with. I love her. She's slick bellied. She's kind of extra, got some extra width and dimension to her. She isn't maybe quite as attractive as those heifers on that front end up there, but that's a good heifer that's got a lot of future. This young lady's red heifer. I'm telling you right now that if I had her, I would be I would work really hard to get her bred and make sure we get her bred and push her along, because before the end of her career, if we could just soften her up and make her a little more maternal in her type, she's going to stand up there next to that class winner because they're the same kind of cattle. She's just not far enough along yet. Gets a little more tubular in her kind. A pair of these heifers that come next, they're kind of bigger footed, bigger bone, rugged made, really nice cattle. I mean, you love the dimension that they have. You love the extra width that they bring to us. They're not particularly show heifers from the standpoint of they want to get a little bit out of balance, a little more chest and front end in them, but they're good cows. And the advantage they have over the heifers standing below them is just that extra bit of rib shape, an extra bit of volume. And that cow maternal look that they have. Young lady's heifer walking out. I like her standing still. I love her profile. I love that length of neck. That extension she shows gets a little more refined. She gets a little stiffer on the move and it's flexible. The red heifer that comes next, heifer that's just a good doing female, need more of her. Just like these next two heifers. We got to have more of them if we're going to get them further up. A good set of cattle. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Mr. Cinco. All right. Thank you for that critique of our Class 7 and our Simbra Junior Heifer Show. Winning the class, Caden Pilot from Columbus FFA. Placing second is Kinsley Gandy, Giddings FFA. Our third place heifer exhibited by Kendall Compt, Franklin FFA. Fourth place award goes to Hayden Sales, Brazos Wood FFA. Our fifth place heifer exhibited by Briley Sandife from Waller County 4-H. Sixth place exhibited by Jose Gutierrez from Westlaco FFA. Seventh goes to Kara Kincaid, Wilson County 4-H. Eighth place shown by Kaylee Dimmitt, Karnes County 4-H. Ninth, Avery Rosas from Westlaco FFA. And 10th place female shown by Riley Dimmitt, Karnes County 4-H. Now leading in class number 8 in our junior Simbra show. Classes 9 and 10 are rather small, so let's have all heifers from classes 9 and 10 to the north staging area.
when we get into another really dynamic class.
class, and I apologize. I don't really like, gating some of these exhibitors out. We kind of talked about it at the beginning of the show with the management, and they've got 10 placings. They've got ribbons for 10. So we kind of decided we'd pull 10 when these bigger classes we'd get the 10, and then the others we would just not end up placing them. We just go ahead and let them go because they are good cattle. I mean, we let some good cattle go. They just didn't fit up into the top end of this class, and so I hate it. I don't like doing that, but that's just kind of when we run into these deals, we have to do it a lot of places, and that's just the way we have to manage them. But back to this lineup, these 10 heifers, and I'll be real honest with you, it probably we're reaching the stage of the game with some of these cattle where, boy, just being able to reach and cover their stride and track around the ring goes a long ways toward where you're going to end up in here. There's some pretty good cattle that went out the gate, pretty good cattle standing down towards the bottom that want to shuffle. They don't want to reach. They don't want to flex. They don't want to get out and cover the ground and track like I'd like for them to. So then it's hard for me to go ahead and start a class with them. But I think the black and white heifer that wins the class, and just honestly, when she comes in, it takes a little bit more to really focus in on this heifer when you really try to analyze extra rib. When you start looking into those white flanks and into that white belly, it just doesn't draw to you as much. But what I really like about this heifer, for as big and stout and powerful as she is, she just takes a really nice, comfortable stride around the ring. She's really comfortable on the move. You start her out of here. She's a heifer that we get her out and let her walk, and she'll flex and she'll stride out, and she just acts like to me that she's comfortable doing it, and she can get around the ring. Big bodied, kind of stout made heifer, similar in kind, similar from the standpoint of, she will be comfortable when she gets out and moves. She doesn't shuffle. She'll reach in, she'll step, she'll cover the ground. She doesn't balance up as nice as our class winner. Maybe you can sure just pick on her just a little bit from her shoulder forward, but that's a pretty good female, pretty good cow prospect. This young lady's heifer that comes third, and just be real honest with you, as the longer we stood out here, watched them walk, followed them around, she kind of starts coming to you because she's just a good cow. She's not an overwhelming individual. She's sure not overwhelming in width and dimension or body shape, but she is just good. She's sound structurally, good. Just a lot of future, a lot of good in that young heifer. And I think her advantage when we compare to the young lady's heifer that stands behind her, it starts in her shoulder. She's heifer going out of the rings, flatter shouldered. She ties in better. She isn't quite as round in the way she comes at us. Young heifer young lady's black heifer that's next. I do like that dimension. I like that substance, but she just gets a little round in her kind, and you can see it in her shoulder. You can see we stand behind her. Kind of a big, high performing black female that comes next. Good footed, good bone, just a good cow that doesn't want to balance up quite like those heifers stand above her. But I still think you sure have to appreciate her. Love that rib and that volume. Red heifer that comes next, starting to get into these heifers that just don't want to flex like I'd like for them to. They're real stiff at the ground. They're stiff in their pasterns. They don't want to reach and just be flexible enough, which for me, I guess I look at that as, how long term are these cattle going to be? How long can we get them to last? Young lady's heifer that goes out, heifer that's standing still, I was so drawn to, but get her out on the move, and then it's just so hard to get her to just be comfortable in what she's trying to do. Follow out with three of these good cattle that are, they're the right kind. They're sure good enough to be in this class. They've got dimension. They've got some shape, just not quite as balanced up or quite as attractive and sound as our class winners.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sankey, for that critique of Class 8 and our Junior Cimbra Heifer Show. Winning the class is Sydney Petros from Sealy FFA. Second goes to Reagan Shaw, Klein Kane FFA. Our third place heifer exhibited by Reese Dodson, Frisco Wakeland FFA. Fourth place honors goes to Zadie Bates, Bowie County 4-H. Fifth, Kessler Campbell, Frio County FFA. Our sixth place heifer exhibited by Jillian Watson, East Bernard FFA. Seventh shown by Olivia Osley, Foster FFA. Eighth shown by Morgan Tilley, Aledo FFA. Ninth place goes to Lillian Dudick, Penelope FFA. And our 10th place female, shown by Brentley Sandiford, Waller County 4-H. Now leading in Class 9. Class 10, we need your heifers in the north staging area. Class 9 and 10 are not this really big classes, so following Class 10, we'll pick our junior division winners. So Class 13, Sembra females, start getting it on your mind.
I apologize for taking a little extra time in this class. This is by far one of the more challenging classes that I've had to put together, and it's really because there's so many good different ones out here. And I'll kind of echo what Chris said on the other side. They're just different shapes and sizes, and I do believe that good cattle come in different molds, and it's just up to you to how you want to mate them to kind of make the next generation better. I settled on these two heifers here. I'd love to take the parts that I like of each one of them and put them together. Because where they're good, I think they're elite, and that's why they end up towards the top of this class. The heifer that wins is the one that I just kind of keep coming back to. And when you start at the ground and you look at her foot size and shape, I think it's as good as anything out here. She's so maternal and so correct in the way that she's made and built. Looks like a lady up front. And I've commented it a few times when, she kind of collects herself and gives herself such a nice, elegant, balanced, proportional look. And then when the young gal gets her put together like this and gets her, gets everything out of her, it's just a nice heifer. And maybe not any bells and whistles, maybe not the most of any one particular thing, but as far as just the fundamentals go, longevity, I see a lot of future in this one as a really, really nice brood cow prospect. If you need a little more bone, I wish we could put this one's feature. Wish we could put her bone and we could put the beautiful Brahmin head that she has on her, and we put her on the first place heifer, and we'd have absolute stunner. She's the other flexible heifer in this class. We'd like to just change her in some spots. She's a little awkward on her front feet. She get a little east and west, and because of that, her shoulder pops out. She doesn't tie together quite as nicely there. Right out of the back of her hump into her spine is the one that beats her, but good pair there on top. Big bodied one coming third. Love her from her hooks forward. Here's a robust, incredibly feminine featured one. This heifer maybe isn't quite as agile off either end of her framework. Like to loosen her up, but it's certainly one that I think in terms of cow power and female quality, I think checks a lot of those boxes. Little different outlier here in fourth. kind of a skinnier, leaner conditioned, if you will. I like her look. I think there's quality here. I do got to see a little more cow power and robustness to her. And of the first four, she also comes up just a nickel short there in her step. But standing still from a distance, I do see a lot of quality in this heifer, and that's why she's at the top of the class. A little bigger, soggier one that comes next. Need to square her up behind and give her a little more pin width. Make her a little truer there from hock to ground. A little plainer featured heifer all the way through. We got a little more power in the one that comes in this darker pigmented one. Here's a heifer that we need to change her shoulder and her knee. She'll paddle just a little up front. Maybe just isn't quite as smooth blending and transitioning as some of the other ones that precede her. A big, powerful one, heavy structured. Got to give her a looser hind leg. She gets just a little awkward there in the way that she goes. Here's a heifer that's got a really nice fundamental kind of framework to her. Just got to see more of her. She comes up a little short there in terms of weight per day of age and natural performance. Here's a nice pattern one that we need to give a little bit more cow power to move up. We got a heifer that comes next that I'd like to just change her hip structure. Then we round our class out with one that has some performance and has some dimension. We just like to soften her and give her a little more look. But a quality class, lots of differences, and a little challenging to put together. But those kids did a great job. Give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you for the comment. Dark, running 480. Your third weight reward going to Kevin East Leader, Jacksonville, that day. On the national. Career a third weight reward. Going to Rio Vista, FFA. He flags award from Bob, Lots County, 4A, 7th and that. And I think we'll part of the age in the class. Very Laura, 9th place, Kimberly Galloway Jr., and congratulations to our 10th place winner, Kate, on the side of the race.
Over on the Simbra side, fair of these heifers standing on first and second, a lot of similarities in these cattle, and where we're going to break them apart at, just stand back at them, look at them on the profile, just kind of looking. I like the little cleaner made female that's winning the class, not quite as much throat and neck, a little less underline. And just be real honest with you, we're going to pick on both these two heifers. They do a little bit of what we've talked about on some of these that have went out in some of these other classes. They maybe don't reach and flex quite as well as I'd like for them to. If I was going to pick on them, I'd like to make them just a little more flexible at the hock down to the ground. But our class winner puts the best combination of things together for me. I like her extension, length of top, length of hip, a lot of good things about her. Young lady's heifer standing second, bigger ribbed, lots of volume, lots of dimension, a little looser in her underline, looser in that skin, but still just a good cow. It's got a lot to her. The outlier in this bunch, this heifer standing in third. She's the breeding piece that, start talking about the ones that change cattle, and the way she's built, she's sure got a lot of extension. She's really neat made. She's very attractive. She'll reach up under herself. She'll almost reach a little too far when she gets around on the move. Just not enough width and dimension if we're going to win this class today with her, but still a lot of good to her. Young man's heifer that comes next, starting to get a little more tubular when we start looking at her on the profile. Going to want to soften her up. Make her just a little bit more of a cow prospect. She's got plenty of width and dimension. Just going to have to put a little more depth and middle in her. Young man's black heifer that follows out next. Very similar to her. Same kind of deal. Just want to have a little bit more to them if we're going to get them up on the front end. But good set of cattle all the way through. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sankey, for those comments on our 9th class of junior Simbra females. Winning the class, Cecilia Guerra from Edinburgh Vela FFA. Second goes to McKinley Cardwell, Columbia FFA. Our third place heifer is shown by Paisley Lightfoot, Needville FFA. Fourth place goes to R.A. Perkins, Brazoswood FFA. And fifth, Ricardo Lalive from Agua Dulce FFA. Now bringing in Class 10. Following the conclusion of Class 10, we'll select our junior division winners. So Class 13, Cimbra Heifers, we need you to the north staging area.
Well, we're going to get into the second division here in really nice class over on the Cimbra side. Extreme opposites, probably we stand in first and second. So we've talked about, as breeding pieces, you can breed cattle the way you want. For me today, we're going to power up. We're going to use this one that's got a little more bone, a little more substance dimension, just extremely powerful in the way she's constructed. She's not as elegant, maybe, as a heifer standing behind her. She's definitely bigger ribbed, higher volume, more maternal in her center portion of her body. And that extra bit of rib shape and sweep is what I think brings her to the top.
We can talk about the differences. The obvious differences, I think, is easy to talk about when you start at the ground, work your way up with foot size, bone, and substance. Young lady's baldy heifer that comes next. This black baldy heifer is just really elegant in the way she's built. She is long neck, long spine, long hip. She wants to get, in just my honest opinion, if you compare her to the heifer stand on either side of her, she's not the deepest, soggiest one of the three. She's going to get a little tighter in the way she's put together, but I still think there's just too much good there, too much quality in this female to not allow her to be on the front end and give her the accolades she deserves. I love the rib shape in the middle section of this heifer standing third. She shortens up, shorter bodied, structured, shorter from her shoulder up into her neck. Doesn't want to give us that length and extension that we see in those two heifers standing above her, but that's just a good cow. The young man's got a black heifer standing there. It's just really a good one, too. It's just 4 pretty good heifers in a small class, but a tremendous amount of quality. Good heifer here in this young man's female. Just going to have to get her a little soggier and stouter if we're going to get her up on the front, but good set of cattle. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Judge, for those comments on Class 10 in our Junior Simbra show. Winning that class is Charlie Eilert from Sealy FFA. Second goes to Jenna Tyler, Bowie County 4-H. Third place, exhibited by Ellie Petros, Sealy FFA. And fourth, shown by Coit Baker, Montgomery FFA. We'll now move into our Junior Division.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
get ready to pick this second division and getting into some more mature size females that are really starting to probably express themselves when we start talking about kind of endpoints, growth curves, where we're going to be at the end of the day. And so you're starting to see probably where we're going to reach into on some of these cattle and what their endpoints are. But, I think it does go back to the fact that I still feel like from a quality standpoint, we've got just as good a set of cattle in the ring as we can come with. There's no doubt that we've sure got some variation. Again, talk about how good that can be in our breeding programs. But I think the main thing is always try to find, for me, it's try to find the sound ones, the good ones, and the kind that I like. So good pair of these cattle out here, I think, to fill that bill. Give these young exhibitors a nice hand. We'll show you a pair of champions. Congratulations.
Okay. And there's your junior division winner coming to us out of class number 7, exhibited by Caden Pilot from Columbus FFA. And our reserve junior division winner comes to us out of class number 8, exhibited by Sydney Petros from Sealy FFA. Congratulations to our junior division winners and all the youngsters that showed in our junior classes. We'll now transition on into class number 13 and our junior Simbra show.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
I'll say the same things that Chris said on the other side. I know
over on the Simbra side. Now we're kind of starting to get into the age of females that management, I think, becomes really critical. And I think if you're raising, whether you're raising or managing or helping your kids on show heifers, and I'm not going to tell anybody how to do their breeding programs. You do what works for you, but I can tell you what works for me when I'm standing in the ring. We get to a set of coming twos. I want to see, if we start talking about them as cow prospects when they're young, then we want them to look like cow prospects and be maternal in their type when we get older. And top 6 heifers in here are showing me some udder quality. They show me that we're starting to bag down. We're kind of, you can tell they're bred. They're starting to express themselves. Then we get back into a set of these older females that don't look like to me they're as far along in their breeding in their breeding stage of breeding, maybe not as far along as close to calving. And so that's just from my standpoint, that's just something I get a little critical about because I think we have to manage these cattle to do what we expect them to do. Class winner, I think she puts most of these good things together. Tremendous rib, tremendous body, big, bulky made, attractive made female. And she shows you, and I mean, this is the balancing act that we all have to deal with. If we're going to breed our show heifers and try to get them to be heavy breds and heavy calvers, close to calving when we're topping them out at the end of their show career, we also have to hope that we're dealing with known genetics that have good udder quality. We hope that they'll hold themselves together. This heifer's probably starting to show a little bit. She sags just a little bit. She breaks a little bit behind her shoulders, but I'm giving her that leniency because that's just a good cow. That's just a nice female. I love her. That small teat shape, she looks like to me she's going to have an udder that I can manage, really be something that we can get along with. Just kind of a logical place for me to start. And then I think we have a pair of these heifers I think are come close to her in kind. They're not as soggy. They're not as big ribbed. They're not as high volume. Young lady's heifer stands second. I appreciate her. She is fresh. She's showing me a nice development of udder. When we get behind her, she can see that she's bred. She's going to reach a point where we really like that udder quality, and I think she's got a lot of future to her. Just a good place to be second with a really good female. A good one, I think, stands in there. A little more power, a little more bone and substance in this heifer in third, but still from a maternal standpoint, I appreciate her because I do think she's further along from a breeding standpoint. She's sure got a nice udder developing under her. If we could change her any, we'd probably clean her up, extend her out a little bit when we start picking at her, but that's just picking on her, and that's no reason to do that because that's just a pretty good cow. Young man's black heifer that comes next, just probably if we're going to get critical, the other thing we deal with, is probably from an udder quality standpoint, she's starting to make a bag. Does not look like at this point, maybe it's going to be quite as attractive as we'd like for it to be, but I'm not going to move her too far down because she is where she needs to be as far as production. I like her growth. She's got a little more substance, a little more bone, a little more power than the heifer standing behind her. That's what pushes her up here on the top end. I love this young man's heifer that comes next. She's really extended. She's long topped, long hipped. She gets a little more refined when we compare her to anything standing above her. She gets a little more fine bone, a little finer at the ground, not as much foot and substance, but still just a good cow that I think's got a lot of quality to her. Then I think we start running into these. We'll follow out here with this young lady's baldy heifer that again is just getting to that point where we're starting to see maybe we've got some udder shape, we've got some development. She isn't as functional, maybe appearing as what we have standing above her from my standpoint, but I still think it's a good cow that's got a lot of future to her. Then we get into a set of these females that older, bigger, stouter, growthier heifers that don't show much udder. They don't look like to me they're probably as far along in their breeding program as they need to be, and that's a disadvantage to them. I think, just it goes back to management and trying to do what needs to be done at a certain point in the life of these show heifers and these kids' programs to get them done. So we work our way through just a good set of cattle. There's a lot of good to them. They just need to be sounder. They need to be further along, need to have more cow there if we're going to get them further up. But congratulations on the big class. Good set of cattle.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sankey, for those comments on a big competitive class, our Class 13 in our Junior Simbra show. Winning that class is Cannon Hill from East Bernard FFA. Second place female, shown by Willa Fuchek from Rice Consolidated FFA. Our third place female was shown by Mallory Fitzgerald, Hardin FFA. Fourth place ribbon went to Jarrett Poole, Russ County 4-H. Placing fifth in that big class, Cole Sparkman, Angleton FFA. Sixth place goes to Madeline Velas, Klein Kane FFA. Seventh place heifer shown by Hodge Pennington, Nueces County 4-H. Eighth place, Kate Martin, Brenham FFA. Our ninth place heifer shown by Cheyenne Land, Angleton FFA. In 10th place, exhibited by Morgan Yarborough from Santa Fe FFA. Now bringing in class 14 into the North Show Arena. Our final class, class 15, needs to be in the North staging area, Junior Simbras. Following the Simbra show, we'll start with our Red Brangus, so we're not that far away, Red Brangus exhibitors, so start getting it on your mind.
Now, once again in this class, I apologize. I took
Nate Campbell, Cranberry FFA chapter, A Clay, Watt Parker, Liberty FFA, 9 to Hayden Johnson, Porter FFA. And in the arena at this time, your final class, Ray Robbins, the class and seats there are finished.
Simbra side, just a really nice functional power cow to win our class. Love her from her freshness. The female has sure been managed right. She's far along calving. She's getting close. Just so many good things about this young man's female. Just an easy place to start. And then I think it becomes more of a challenge to find the ones that follow in behind her. Young lady's black heifer, I think, is similar to her in kind, not as much to her. Kind of the right kind, though, still the kind that, has some depth of rib, has some soundness structurally, has getting far enough along from a calving standpoint that I think she sure shows us. Let's just walk these out of here as we go. Let's get them moving out of here. So we get into this third place heifer, a female that, you sure appreciate her from the standpoint she's got a big udder under her. But I think from a structure standpoint, there's some things we have to change about her if we're going to get her any further up. She gets a little too pinched right in there behind her shoulders, makes her labor a little too much when we get her out on the move. Not as sound as we'd like for her to be, but I love that extension, love that length, that extra bit of length that she shows over the young man's heifer that comes next. Heifer standing forth, got some rib shape. She's kind of a bold made female, not as far along, I think, when we start comparing to the heifers that stand above them, not as far along in udder development, but still just a pretty good cow that looks like she's got a future. Young lady's baldy heifer that comes next, really fresh in her appearance, just a really good doing kind, pretty sound, gets out and moves around the ring. Again, we're getting to the point on these cattle where we're going to pick at them a little bit. If they're not far enough along to really give me some udder development, when we have the ones standing above them that are, then it's going to be to their detriment. But good set of cattle. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Judge, for those comments on Class 14 in our Junior Simbra show. Winning that class, Maverick Cody from Toller FFA. Placing second, Haley Ort, Floresville FFA. Our third place exhibitor, Regan Pennington, Nueces County 4-H. Placing fourth, Jacob Merritt, Russ County 4-H. Fifth, shown by Savannah Daniel, Columbus FFA. Tanner Corzales from Jim Wells County 4-H, placed sixth. Seventh place female, shown by Brantley Kennedy, Brazoria County 4-H. We're now leading in our last class of our Simbra Junior Heifer Show. Conclusion of Class 15, we'll pick our senior division winners. So with that being said, you KEF and junior champion winners from the previous divisions, you need to start making your way down to the North Holding Arena for our grand drive, which won't be that far away. Also, you Red Brangus exhibitors realize that we will start your show at the conclusion of our Junior Simbra show.
get to this class of older females and start out in the day talking about young heifer calf prospects and what we want them to look like or what we'd hope they'd look like when we get to the end of the day. I think that's what we have here in our class winner. I think this is a female that does so many things right. What I really appreciate about her, she probably comes in here, and everybody has different growth curves. Everybody has different endpoints. All look for where your cow herd needs to be, depending on how you manage your cattle and what you do. I live in Kansas. We go through winters. We have some management issues. And so when we can get a little more moderate made, big bodied, bulky made female that can raise a good calf and have a nice udder, it's attractive to us because from a management standpoint, when you're hauling hay in 8 or 10 inches of snow, it's an easier thing to manage those kind of cattle, and they'll breed back and they'll do things for us. So just from what I can tell, looking at one phenotypically, this female fits a lot of those, covers a lot of those bases, fits a lot of those bills for me. So I think she's kind of a logical starting point for me. I think it's obvious then we're going to follow in with one that's just a little stouter made, bigger bone, more rugged individual behind her, which I appreciate. We have to have enough performance and growth in them if we're going to sell these young calves, make herd bulls out of them and get them into breeding programs. They got to be out of good cows. And these are really good cows all the way through. As we get into our third place female, she's a young heifer that obviously we're giving up just a little bit of performance when we compare to the heifers that stand above her, but she's done everything I could ask her to do. And I think she's very deserving of getting up into the top end of this, talk about just how good she can be. I think there's a lot of future left in her. Her udder is nice. She's got a great udder quality. I think she's sure got a lot of future to her. Then we kind of get into these females again that we'd like to see them further along. Excuse me. We'd like to get them to the point where they're up with our class winners standing there with calves at side, but hope that they're going to get there. This female, I think, sure shows us that she's far enough along. She's going to reach that point. Then we follow with a nice pair of these young females again. It's all about management from my standpoint. Just go ahead and push them along, get them bred a little earlier, make good cows out of them. But congratulations on a good set of females.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sankey, for those comments on Class 15. Winning that class is Gavin Hinckley from Lockhart FFA. Second in that class, exhibited by Waylon Seal, Shelbyville FFA. Third place goes to Caden Bronder, Wilson County 4-H. Fourth place female, exhibited by Emerson Posey, Wilson County 4-H. Fifth goes to Brindley Daniel, Karnes County 4-H. And our sixth place female, exhibited by Dane Fitzgerald, Hardin FFA. And now bring in our class winners out of class 13, 14, and 15. Bring our first and seconds, and from these 6 head, we'll pick our senior division winners. With that being said,
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
get ready to pick the last division here in this set of young females. And, and I want everybody to understand that, yeah, this is where we want to be at the end of the day. But because we have good heifers in here that maybe aren't at that stage of life yet, doesn't mean that we're automatically always going to use a cow-calf pair to win one just because, they're the oldest ones in here and they're doing what they want to do. There's always these good young females that look like to me they're going to make that, they're going to reach that point. They just are not aged out yet to be there, but it's not to their disadvantage. So it's still kind of wide open when we get into these older divisions where, it's not just going to end up being the cow-calf pair that gets to win these when we have some really good younger ones standing there. That being said, today, though, I think that cow-calf pair is pretty special. I think she gets to win this division. I think she's the one that just does so many good things together. And for me, the one that follows her the most is going to be the young man coming out of our first class in this division. He's going to be reserved. So congratulations on a good pair of these females on a good set in this division.
And there's your champion in our senior division coming to us out of class number 15, exhibited by Gavin Hinkley from Lockhart FFA. And our reserve champion female comes out of class 13, exhibited by Cannon Hill, East Bernard FFA. Congratulations to our senior division winners as well as all those that showed in our senior classes.
So we're going to move right along in this division.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Over in the Simbral ring, we get ready to finish this breed up. And this is, to me, these are just outstanding cattle. I think we've got just a great lineup of from our young females into our mature cows or into our 2-year-olds or females that are in production. I think we've just got good cattle that are functional, useful, sound structured, high quality cattle that maybe give us a little bit of extra when we start talking about putting them out here in the show ring, adding some value to them, then the things that can do that is maybe a little extra look, a little more extension, just make them a little more attractive. But I do think it's pretty easy to back up and realize that, you know, you got to start at the basics. You got to start at the ground and work your way up. So pretty nice lineup. Pretty exciting to be out here. Congratulations to these exhibitors that made it out here. Give them all a really nice hand. And, you know, like I said, there's from the youngest to the oldest, there's every one of them's got a real chance at this. So we're going to look at them just a little bit more, pick our champions. Again, congratulations.
They probably glad one to be taken.
And there's your grand champion, junior Simbra female, the 2026 San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. Comes to us out of our senior division, exhibited by Gavin Hinckley, Lockhart FFA. And there's your reserve, comes to us out of the junior division, exhibited by Caden Pilat from Columbus FFA. Congratulations to all the youngsters who showed in our junior Simbra show. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize a lot of our Simbra juniors that have been assisting in the ring here. You see them in the blue blazers and the red scarves there. We have Mr. Jess Poole, at large director, Kaylee Heaton, the historian, the officer, Cameron Skaggs, who's the junior Simbra secretary, Griffin Dodson, and at large director, Cody Hill, South director, Kendall Compton, Queen and vice president, Parker Pilat as our sweetheart, Sawyer Mao, at large director, Pebbles Whitaker, at large director, and Kaylee Dement, at large director. Thank all of y'all juniors for assisting with our Simbra Heifer Show here today.
Well, I'll try to keep my comments pretty brief here. Like I
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Nice class of Red Brangus females to start this show with, and pretty logical place for me to start this class with the one that does so many things right. You know what I mean? When I start evaluating cattle, I like to start at the ground. I like to work up from there. I like to look at how they're built. I like to look at them on the profile. I like to look at them with dimension, shape, design, body build, everything that they put that we can talk about. Kind of like to find those cattle that do as much of that good stuff as we can and put it in a package that's just easy to see. And this heifer that wins this class, I think she just kind of walks into here, and I think she finds her way to the top. And then I think the race is who gets to be next to her, who's going to be as close to her as we can get. Young man's heifer that comes second. She's not as much cow as what we have standing above her, but there's a lot to this heifer. I love her from the standpoint of they've really got some rib in them. I mean, they've managed her right. They've got some shape to her. She's a heifer that looks like she's got a lot of future. If she's going to extend herself out, we'll look forward to seeing her as a big heifer and see kind of where she reaches at the end of the day. Young man's heifer that comes next, really green in her kind of the off type, actually. I mean, we talk about red Brangus cattle, and we're Brangus breeders. And I understand that, if you don't understand Brangus cattle, they're a 5/8, 3/8 breed, but it's 5/8 Angus, 3/8 Brahman. So you can breed this breed, reds, blacks, whatever, kind of the direction that you want to go. In our country, the way we breed them, we like to breed them with a little bit more, probably a little more of the 5/8 Angus influence in them, because those bulls are easier for us to sell. That gets into some other issues, ultras and those kind of things. This female, I think, shows us that, she's probably just phenotypically going to look a little bit more like a red Angus, which I really appreciate about her. I like the big growth curve in this female that comes next. I don't like the fact that she's a little too elevated and stilted up in her front end. I'd like to just soften her in that flexible shoulder and down to those front feet to get her to just relax a little when she moves. She wants to just stay a little too upright for me, but I like that growth. I like that performance. I think that's a good female. It's got a lot of future. Young lady heifer that comes next. Again, we talk about kind of the phenotype of these cattle. This one's put together right. I love the way she is. We're talking about the first stages of getting some of these cattle out. That's one that if I was in this business, I'd be watching her next year, because that one's got a lot of future to her. I think a lot of potential. And we got a set of these heifers that come next. Really good cattle. Young man's heifer going out the gate, kind of growthy, really green. She's going to need some extra time to get her there, but I love that stretch and length of neck and length of hip and length of spine that she shows. Big ribbed red heifer that goes out next. Young lady's heifer. These two females, again, good cattle. They're good cattle that just need a little more time. Let them get to that point where they're a little more, that they'd be able to compete at the front end, but good set of them all the way through. Congratulations.
Right, I guess.
All right, our placings on our Class 1 are Red Brangus females. Winning the class, Truett Marks from Ellis County 4-H. Second goes to Rory Lessiker, Fayette County 4-H. Third, Porter Jacob, Belleville FFA. Fourth goes to Ava Pinkman from Davenport FFA. Fifth, shown by Presley Jacob, Belleville FFA. Sixth, Justice Chrisman, Milano FFA. 7, Jetson Cotrion from Tioga FFA. 8th, Abilene Ortega, Santa Gertrudis FFA. And 9th, Ada Schuler, Divine FFA. Bringing in class number 2 in our junior Red Brangus show, Northside.
This class, first class of Red Brahman.
Going to leave play hard. I doubt for the family. Rain. Congratulations to Richard. The 85 call for Red Robin thing. Class 3, final call. Final call for Class 3, Red Robins. Class 4,
Over in the Red Brangus ring, this next class of females, and we've got a couple of the bigger powered up females on the front end. And I'm not always going to lean into the biggest, stoutest made ones, but I think in this class you have to and realize, that this heifer that wins the class, I don't think there's any other place to go with her. I will tell you that there's some things I'd like to change about her. I think we could change her right behind her shoulder, change that top line a little bit. We could kind of balance her up a little bit, but man, I really have to appreciate the foot, the bone, the substance, real dimension that this female brings to us. Heifer standing second. Now, she is better from the point of her shoulder back. She is better, I think, in her top line, probably carries out better into that hip. She gets a little too round, maybe, and up in that shoulder and that front end structure shortens up and just not as attractive maybe as we'd like for her to be, but still very deserving of being up here. Young man's heifer that stands third, just a really good cow. I mean, that's a cow prospect that's, we can pick on her a little bit if we want to, just from a phenotype standpoint, but you're sure not going to pick on her just from rib shape, volume, maternal look. That's the female that's sure got a lot of future. Told this young lady when she pulled this heifer over in fourth, honestly, in this class, this is a heifer that if I am at home and I'm picking out young prospects, I'm probably going to get drawn to this heifer because I think there's a tremendous future here. She's green. She's not mature enough yet. She hasn't reached that point of really getting a little more middle to her, getting soggier made. But I think she's got a lot of quality to her and she'll get to that point. I think that she's a female. If she's managed right, I just think she's one that's got a lot of future. Young ladies heifer behind her, very similar in kind. These are the green, kind of the fresh ones in here that are just maybe getting started. Got a lot of good to them, a lot of extension of front end, a lot of extension of neck in this heifer that follows out, which to me is an indicator that if we manage them right, then we get them back here, they're going to be the right kind of cattle. So good set of heifers all the way through. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge, for those comments. In Class 2 in our Red Brangus Junior Heifer Show, winning that class, Lydia Brown, Ellis County 4-H. Placing second, Banker Kulak, Wharton County 4-H. Our third place exhibitor is Wyatt Rifle, Friendswood FFA. Placing fourth, Madison Hanson, Pecos County 4-H. And our fifth place exhibitor is Noah Williams, Alvin FFA. We need Caden Kalot from Columbus FFA that showed our reserve champion Sembra heifer to please come up to the announcer stand. We need to give you your bio sheet.
So we got just one entry out.
Last
Over on the Red Brangus side, another really good class of females. And again, we've got different types, and I think it can get a little bit challenging on trying to just find the right one to land on to start this class. I think for me, as I look at these two heifers that stand in first and second, I'm looking down the road at the cattle that I think will probably be the kind for me when we get to that point. They do a lot of things right now. They're not the biggest, not the stoutest, not the highest performing cattle, but I do think they have enough to them. I think they're sound enough. I think they've got enough future to them. And I kind of like to lean into those kind at this early stage because I think there's a lot of good there. Young lady's heifer that wins the class, the advantage she brings when we compare to the heifer standing right behind her, just a little more expression. She's got a little more hip. She's got a little more dimension to her. She's got more rib shape. She's not as attractive made when we really look at her right from the point of her shoulder forward. She gets a little jammed up, not as long necked and as pretty made maybe as that heifer standing behind her, but it's a good female. I think it's got a lot of future. Good heifer to start our class with. Let her walk out. We'll talk about this heifer that comes next. Again, a female that similar in kind, a little more attractive maybe when we start looking at her like from the point of her shoulder forward. She's a female that sure has, I love that extension and that length and kind of the way she's real feminine fronted. Got a lot of good to her. We need to give her a little bit of time to go ahead and mature and fill out. Get stout enough to compete up on the front end, but that's a nice heifer. A big heifer that comes next. Probably a pair of these real high growth, high performing cattle that come in third and fourth. Cattle that you really do appreciate the fact that they are kind of have that growth curve that's going to push some performance. For me, then it probably gets to be more about structure. Are we going to be able to manage them? Where are they going to be at the end of the curve when we get there with them? Young lady's red heifer that leads out right now. I'd like to change her in her shoulder. I'd like to change her down at the ground in her front feet. I'd like to make her a little sounder if we're going to get her to last longer. But just good cattle. Young lady's heifer that comes next again, just green, and there's nothing wrong with starting them out and having still plenty of future left in them. This one's got plenty of future. She's a good female. It's got a lot to her. So congratulations on a good class.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Mr. Sankey, for those comments. In our third class, the Red Brangus Heifers, winning the class is Aubrey Gilbert from Magnolia West FFA. Second place goes to Henley Matula from Morton County 4-H. Third place female exhibited by Brooke Key, Central FFA Pollock. Fourth place, Keely Scroggins, Liberty FFA. Fifth place exhibited by Madison Avelos, Rio Hondo FFA. Now bringing in Class 4 in our Junior Red Brangus show. Upon the completion of Class 4, we'll bring in our previous class winners and select our heifer division champions.
I'll try to keep this brief because
we talk about phenotype, talk about look, and I think up on the front end we have the kind that I'm kind of attracted to. I like them when they can come in here and they can be sound and really usable, functional type cattle that are still really neat to look at. This heifer's got a great front end in her. She's really extended. She's got enough dimension to her. There's just a good place to start. Really nice heifer to have in this class. I think then a pair of these heifers that come second and third, I'll just be real honest with you, the young lady does an awesome job of getting her stuck, getting that neck pulled out, getting that head up, giving me a really good look and making her heifer look a lot like our class winner. And I think that's probably to her advantage. And along with that, I think just from a structure standpoint, I think she holds herself together a little better. She's better from her hooks back into her pins. She's a female that just, I think's got a lot of future. Young man's heifer that stands third, big bodied, kind of robust made female. Heifer that's better structurally, I think, than the heifer standing behind her. Really, especially up in her front end structure. And so I think she's a heifer that just logically belongs in here on the front end. I love the power, foot, performance this young lady's heifer brings next, but I think the disadvantage that she has, and I think you stand and watch her walk and watch her get away from you. Her shoulder, she wants to get out at her knee, she wants to get out at her shoulder and down at the ground, not come in and really be sound as we'd like for her to. And probably on the next one, we're probably just the opposite. The next heifer that comes out, she wants to get a little bit of a rope walk thing going on her front end where she wants to come in and narrow down on her front feet, not be quite as true in her movement as we'd like for her to be. And then the young lady's heifer that comes next, just really a female that's got a tremendous amount of future. She's got a lot of good in her. We're going to need more of her, going to need to give her a little more time to get her further up. But congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Sankey, for those comments on Class 4 in our Red Brangus Junior Heifer Show. Winning the class is Gavin Schindler from Dodge City FFA. Our second place exhibitor, Gracie Reed, Alvin FFA. Third place given to Henley Lessiker, Flatonia FFA. Fourth place female exhibited by Annalee Carrilla, Rio Hondo FFA. Fifth goes to Haley Randolph, Mount Enterprise FFA. And sixth place goes to Aria Corley, VR Eaton FFA. We'll now bring in our previous first and second place winners out of classes 1 through 4. From these females, we'll select our heifer division winners. Class 7 Red Brangus heifers, we need you in the north staging area. Class 7 Red Brangus heifers, we need you in the north staging area.
Really nice lineup in our first division in our Red Brangus show. And we just run through these class winners real quick, kind of what we talked about when they were here. And our winner out of our first class does so many things right. And I think you can stand back and look at her and compare to the ones that are standing with her, and she's sure got the rib shape. She's got the volume. She's got the attractive front. She's got the neck that we'd like to see in them. Just a lot of things. Hits the ground right. Just a lot of good things about them. And ladies, heifer that won our second class, this is the real power cow of the lineup. I mean, this is the extra dimension from the ground up. If you want to read that into them, you're going to find this heifer and you're going to be attracted to her because she does a lot of those things. Young ladies heifer that won that third class, just a good female. I mean, she's probably not going to wow you anywhere you look at her. She's going to come, you're going to look at her and think, man, there could be a little bit more, a little of this or that. But I'm telling you, that's just a really good, functional, useful female, very deserving of coming out of here and competing at this. And then we have kind of the extreme outlier, I think, when we get back here into our last class. From a phenotype standpoint, you can look at her and you can see how she's built different. She's just made a little different from the kind when we compare to the one standing ahead of her. But good set of cattle and good seconds. I thought we had some depth all the way through these classes, so it was good on the backside too on those second place heifers. So congratulations. It's a good set of cattle. For me today, though, this is the heifer that puts all the good things together. She's the one that's going to win this division. Congratulations, man. Good heifer. We're going to follow with this outlier back here. This young man's heifer that's just as got so much good to her. Good job, brother. Congratulations. Good
There's
set
your
of cattle.
heifer
Give
gift
all these
champion coming
exhibits.
to us out of class number 1. Truett Marks from Ellis County 4-H. And our reserve comes to us out of class number 4, Gavin Schindler from Dodge City FFA. Congratulations to all the youngsters who showed in our heifer division classes. Now leading in class number 7 in our junior Red Brangus show. Class 8, we need you to the north staging area.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
variation again in kind. And after this starts the class, I just be real honest with you. I mean, standing still, there's everything about this heifer you like. I appreciate her. She's going to lean into a little more phenotype than some of these others. Get her out on the move, and I'm going to get a little critical of her. I'd like to just relax her, loosen her up, get her to stride out of that front end, out of her shoulders down at the ground. Just get her to relax a little bit, ease around the ring a little easier. But there's no way you can't use this heifer to win the class. She does so many things right. And you can start and talk about her anywhere you want to. And she puts the most good things together. Easy place to start. Good class winner. Then I think it gets close in second and third. There's a lot of similarities between these two heifers, but where they break apart for me, I think, is structurally. I think our heifer in second, she's better at a point of her shoulder down her top from her hooks into her pins. She holds herself up better. She's just kind of holds herself together, get her out. She moves, gets around the ring. She's not as wide base and maybe as powerfully constructed as the heifer standing behind her, but her advantage, I think, she's got more than enough dimension. So her advantage, then we're going to lean back into a structural advantage and kind of more long term. This heifer that stands third, she is a big powered up cow. I mean, she's big hip, big bone, big footed. You can just kind of put all those dimensions and talk about all you want to. I just would like to change the way she wants to hold herself together. She wants to kind of break in behind her shoulder, run down her top a little bit, not really square up like I'd like for her to, but not going to take away from the fact that's just the high performing, high growth female in here. Young lady's heifer that comes next, just a good female. I mean, she isn't going to wow you in a lot of spots. She isn't maybe as big and rugged made as a heifer standing on either side of her. She doesn't balance up maybe quite as nice as the heifers on the front end, but that's just a good female. I think's got a lot of future. Just a good place for her to be. Another big, high performance, kind of big boned, rugged made heifer that comes next. She probably wants to get a little shorter in the way she tracks and she's a little shorter hipped. She doesn't really want to show us that extra length we get from her, kind of look from her hooks back into her pins, but she's a female that we start talking about dimension and power. She's got it. I love this female standing next on the profile. I think you can really appreciate a lot of things about her. If I change her any, she really narrows down in her base. She really gets kind of narrow in her front end. She doesn't want to have enough width, I think, all the way through. I'd like to widen her out, just kind of blow her apart a little bit. But that's a pretty good female. Young lady's dark heifer that comes next. Just a really nice female. Gets a little shorter, a little chunkier made up in that front end. Doesn't give us that extension and real feminine look, but that's just a good cow, just like the female that follows her. Got some rib shape, got some body to them. They're just good cow prospects. And the young lady's heifer that follows out next. Probably not helping her out any, but the things you do appreciate about this heifer is you look at that center portion of her body and just look at how much real rib shape and dimension she has. And she's as bulky made as any of them out here. So good set of cattle. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge, for those comments. In Class 7 of our Junior Red Brangus show, winning the class, Shaylee Metter, Wiley Abilene, FFA. Second place, exhibited by Madison Perry, Madisonville, FFA. Third goes to Teos Durheim from Belleville, FFA. Fourth, Tatiana Torres, The Woodlands, FFA. Fifth place female, exhibited by Tyler King, Grand Oaks, FFA. Sixth place, Rayleigh Weed, El Campo, FFA. Seventh, Sophia Costello from Klein Kane, FFA. Eighth goes to Leandra West, Southside, FFA. And our ninth place exhibitor, Cindy Schuler, Divine, FFA. Now leading in Class 8 in our Red Brangus Heifer Show. Class 9, we need you in the North Staging Arena. Just a couple ahead there, so Class 10 be ready as well.
Well, another big class over here.
And I think when we start breaking them down, there's, sure some give and take, I think, as we work through them. And that's an obvious, easy things to talk about. The things I do appreciate about them, and I like this heifer that wins the class, I think, from a just kind of from a structure standpoint, a movement standpoint, get her out and track her around the ring. Real loose made, real flexible, holds her top well, holds her hip well, comes down, hits the ground, really covers her tracks. Just a female that's just, gets out, trucks around the ring, does a lot of things right. And along with it, she's got plenty of rib, plenty of dimension, plenty of body. Just a lot of good things about her. A little more extended than we compare to the heifer standing behind her. She's longer from her point of her shoulder forward, longer in her hip, longer from her hooks back. I think we have that extra bit of extension in our class winner. We compare to this heifer in second. Big ribbed, high volume heifer in second. The advantage she has over a heifer that follows out behind her is just that extra dimension. I really do like this young lady's heifer that stands third. She's kind of a slick haired, doesn't really show us a lot of extra wow factor, but that's just a pretty good female. We just need to blow her apart. We need about a third more heifer in there, all the way from one end to the other, and she's going to be up on the front end because there's just so much quality to her. Good, sound, useful kind of female. Bigger made, big, high growth female that comes next. Starting to want to roll apart. I think roll her top, roll her hip, get out in her shoulder, get out in her front end a little bit. Not quite as functional maybe as what we have standing above her, but boy, you love that performance. Just like this young man's heifer that comes next. The young man does a great job getting this one put together. If he can get her head jacked up, she's got a lot of good to her. I love the center portion of her body. I love that cow look that she has. That's the advantage, I think, over the heifers that stand behind her. Young lady's heifer that comes next. Again, a heifer with lots of extension, lots of length of top, length of neck, length of hip. We're just going to have to add more true body and bulk to her if we're going to get her there. Young lady's heifer that comes next doesn't want to help her at all. She has fought her ever since we got in the ring, and it's unfortunate because I think the heifer's got a lot of good to her. She just has kind of struggles trying to get that neck pulled up out of her, but I like her structurally when we compare her to the heifer that's coming behind her. I love the performance and dimension and substance out the young man's heifer's got. We just got to put it in a little better package. But congratulations on a good set.
Thank you, Mr. Sankey, for that overview of class number 8. Winning the class is Lacey Chilson, Magnolia West FFA. Our second place exhibitor in class number 8, Chloe Brooks, Union Grove FFA. Placing third, Tabitha Rifle, Friendswood FFA. Fourth place goes to Cody Weaver from Pearland FFA. Our fifth place exhibitor is Grayson Gasca, Hidalgo County 4-H. Sixth place goes to Miranda Everett from Weslaco FFA. Seventh to Caitlin Gilbert, Matagorda County 4-H. And eighth goes to Jaden Gilbert from Matagorda County 4-H. Now bringing in class number 9. So we need all exhibitors of class 10 to the north staging area.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Well, it's your fourth one is more data than dining. Never got any more, right?
Bring aside a couple of these summer borns that, and actually they came in this way, they're staying this way, and it all boils down to just movement. I think our class winner, she reaches out, she'll take a better step, she gets out, she's more flexible. I mean, they've got a lot of quality about them. And sure, there's not like we're talking about a tremendous amount of difference in total mass and body and dimension. It all gets down to who can kind of cover their tracks, be flexible, and be a little more long term. And our class winner, I think, has that advantage when we compare to the young man's heifer that stands second. Heifer that if I could just get her to flex and reach a little bit more in movement when we get her out and track her around the ring, I think she could run at him pretty hard because I do like the way she's built and put together. But nice pair of heifers. Congratulations to these guys. Give them a nice hand bringing them out.
Well, thank you, Judge, for those comments on Class 9. Winning the class is Landon Leal from Tomball Memorial FFA. And second goes to Wyatt Nugent from Brazosport FFA. Now leading in class number 10 in our Junior Red Brangus show. Following the completion of that class, we'll bring in our class winners from classes 7, 8, 9, and 10 and pick our junior division winners. With that being said, class 13 Red Brangus, we need you to the north staging area. Only have one and heifer in that class, so 14 be ready as well.
Another awesome lineup. And
summer-born females. And, and I mean, we're talk about, cow prospects, making them cows, the things that they can do right. Obviously, we have one breed early that's sure doing her job. But, I think when you can't discount these females that are at that stage of the game where they're kind of where they need to be. And I think our class winner puts a lot of good things together. I'll be the first to tell you, she's probably been cared for as much as I'd like to see her at this stage. I think you can see it laying up into that chest, laying kind of in her neck and her front end structure. It's kind of, there's always gets to be a time for cattle to be turned out maybe and freshened up a little bit. And I know it's hard to do when you're trying to keep them on the campaigning and pushing them, but this is a good female that we just take a little bit of that out of her. She's still going to be really good and she's going to be really fresh, and I have an advantage. But I love her. She's big ribbed, good hipped, good at the ground, just a lot of things. Her advantage when we compare her to that we're standing behind her is that extra. She's just better necked. She's just better. She's got more width, more dimension. Just a lot of good things about her. And the young man's got this young pair here. She's doing her job. Obviously calved pretty early in life, which, man, fertility is so valuable. We can't make any money on them if we can't get them to calve. So, it puts her at a little bit of a disadvantage if we're going to show her at this stage of the game, because it's pretty hard to get one of these that are calving that young to come in here and pull themselves together. But realize that she's doing all she can do and he's getting all the good out of her, and she's going to make him a lot of money. So she's a good one to have with a good udder. Young lady's heifer that comes next. This female's got plenty of bone, plenty of foot, plenty of dimension, plenty of substance. We're just going to have to kind of make more cow into her and just widen her out, deepen her down, make her a little bulkier made, get her bred and push her down the road. So good class. Congratulations. Nice set of females.
And lady.
Results of class number 10 in our junior Red Brangus show. Winning the class is Maven Mikalacha from Pasadena FFA. Second goes to Jace Cunningham, Holland FFA. Third, Derek Hempel, Victoria County 4-H. And fourth goes to Ariana Gonzalez from San Benito FFA. We're now leading in our class winners and second places from classes 7 through 10 into the North Judging Arena. From these cattle, we will select our division winners in our junior heifer classes. All seniors, we need you to the North Judging Arena. We only got one entry in class 13, 2 and 14, and 2 and 15. So we got 5 head in our senior division classes, and we need you to the North staging area at this time.
Really nice lineup. We get into this middle division, or this division of Red Brangus females. These class winners are really good cattle. I mean, there's some management things we can talk about on them that, we always like to do different. It's that way at our house. We spend a lot of time analyzing what we're doing right and what we're doing wrong and how we're going to manage these cattle from here on out. But the main thing is we start with the right kind, and I think these are the right kind. So nice set of cattle, great set of young exhibitors out here. a lot of enthusiasm in the ring. I think coming out here to have this opportunity, give them a nice hand. We'll show you a pair of champions. Congratulations.
There's your junior champion coming to us out of Class 7, exhibited by Shaylee Metter, Wiley Abilene FFA.
In this class here, we certainly have another really good lineup of cattle. And just as quick as I say that, I really never thought twice about not starting with this heifer that leads off the group. I think this one's pretty commanding in this class in terms of not just the basics. I think fundamentally she's the best built and the best structured, but she's got such a nice look to her. I mean, this is a quality.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Junior division in our Red Brangus Heifer Show, exhibited by Lacey Chilson from Magnolia West FFA. Congratulations, Lacey, and all of the youngsters who showed in our junior Red Brangus classes. We need all the heifers to the north staging area out of classes 13, 14, and 15.
Another nice single entry in our April Junior Yearling, a female that, they're reaching the stage of the game. We're really expecting them to look like cows. We want them to be cows, and this one sure looks like she's that kind. She's big bodied. Boy, tremendous amount of rib, tremendous amount of center section of body in her. Just a really good cow prospect. Looks nice. These single entries, it's always fun to really get a chance to really look at them. Then we'll get a chance to bring them back in and compare them to these others. But nice place to start in this class. Congratulations to this young lady on a nice effort.
And congratulations to Elizabeth Giannis from Columbia FFA, winning Class 13 Red Brangus Junior Heifer Show.
We have a smaller, but a
Red Brangus side, nice pair of these females. And, again, like it's been in some of these other classes, first place they're going to break apart for me is just get them out and truck them around the ring, watch them travel, see how they cover the ground. Pretty elegant female up on the front end. She can really cover her step. She reaches out, she hits the ground, very flexible, very fluid, really just really a good cow. And I think she has a little advantage in femininity and front end structure. She sure shows it from her shoulder forward. Sure has an advantage when we compare and look at rib shape and body and width and dimension. So nice pair of heifers, good cattle. Young man's heifer that comes second. She just needs to be a little bit more flexible in the when we get her out and track her around the ring if we're going to get her up on the front. But good set of cattle all the way. Congratulations.
Judge for that critique of Class 14. Our class winner is Riley Walker from Dodge City FFA, and placing second, Enrique Garza from San Benito FFA. Coming into Class 15, be our final class in our Junior Red Brangus show. So you winners in second places, which there is no second out of Class 13, but Class 14, hang around.
Right.
You previous division champions out of our heifer and juniors divisions need to have your cattle to the north staging area at this time. We need the previous division winners. That would be our calf and junior from our Red Brangus heifers to the north staging area at this time. And we'll announce that we will take a 25-minute lunch break to feed our judges and our interns immediately following the conclusion of our Junior Red Brangus show. And too, Donnie, you look like you can't miss another meal, Donnie. You're kind of drying up on us here. But our superintendents as well. And we got to feed Mr. Wolf.
You got big beef fat, so you're gonna have
get into this last class of Red Brangus females, and we're going to let them come and park, just go out the way they came in. And it's because I think of the quality of our class winner. I think she balances up better. I think she pulls herself together. I kind of like her growth curve and end point a little better. She kind of fits me, I think, from the standpoint of what we've done all day long, looking for those cattle that are attractive made, good structured, functional, sound moving cattle. not to take anything away from this big power cow that stands second. That's a female that is really going to push some performance. She's going to add some growth. She's going to put some weight per day of age in her cattle. Just a big stout cow, but for me today, I'm a little more attracted to that female that wins the class, realizing we got lots of rib, lots of body, lots of female here standing second. Congratulations to these young exhibitors. Give them a nice hand.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sankey, for those comments. Our placings in Class 15, winning the class is Caitlin Hendricks from Mercedes FFA. Second in Class 15, Adam Mata from Pasadena Memorial FFA. We need basically all the heifers back into the ring from Class 13, 14, and 15. From these 5 females, we'll select our champion and reserve in our senior division. Following that, we'll bring our heifer division winners, junior division winners, and seniors back in the ring and pick our champion junior Red Brangus female. I'd like to take this opportunity, too, to recognize a couple of young ladies.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
this last division of our Red Brangus females, and good cattle out here. I mean, we've got 5 of them out here that are all good. They're really functional, capable, sound, structured cattle that sure have a lot of quality about them. I think when we kind of get down to it, though, there's a pair of them that kind of fit together for me. So we'll find our champions, give them a nice hand. Congratulations, these young exhibitors, and we'll look forward to getting the final drive put out here. But again, congratulations on a good set of cattle.
And our champion comes out of class number 14, exhibited by Riley Walker, Dodge City FFA. And our reserve champion female comes out of class number 15, Caitlin Hendricks, Mercedes FFA. Congratulations to our champions in our senior division, along with all the heifers that showed in our senior division. We'll now bring in our heifer calf division winners, our junior division winners, along with our seniors, and pick our overall champion junior Red Brangus female. Again, we will break for 25 minutes immediately following the conclusion of the junior Red Brangus show on the north side.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Get ready to finish up our Red Brangus show, and these are 6 really good females. You know, what's really nice about them is you can kind of breed these cattle in any direction you want to. You can find the ones that maybe phenotypically, if you want to have a little more traditional look, or something that's maybe not quite as built like an Angus, we've got those opportunities here. And I think, the main thing for me is to just find those ones that are just so good and have so much to offer us as breeders and can do so many things. Management gets to be really key in these young cattle all the way through them till we get to the end of the road on them. It really gets important to handle them right, keep them moving, keep them sound, keep them functional. But this has been a great lineup, good set of cattle. Exhibitors worked pretty hard at it. Give them a nice hand. We're going to look at them again and we'll pick you a pair of champions. Congratulations.
And our reserve coming to it. And also last 13 second place winner, 8.0. Patty, solid 4A taking the honor.
Got both calves. And there's your grand and reserve champion in our 2026 Junior Red Brangus Heifer Show here in San Antonio, coming both from the Heifer Calves Division. Winning grand champion is Truett Marks, Ellis County 4-H. And our reserve grand champion is Gavin Schindler from Dodge City FFA. Congratulations to our grand and reserve, as well as all the youngsters who showed in our Red Brangus show here today. Again, you grand and reserve exhibitors overall in the Red Brangus, we need your bio sheets up to the announcer's stand as soon as you possibly can get those filled out. And we will start our Red Brangus show at approximately 12:20. Excuse me. We'll start our Black Brangus show about 12:25 on the North Arena.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the South Arena, Red Bottom moving into the arena at this time, the big champion, taking the lap here, and getting ready to the evaluation for the Grand Champion Drive. And while we're having a moment, we've been informed by the Texas Junior Drumming Association
As the reserves on the other side finish up that lap, I'm gonna want to take up a whole lot more time because I'm one of those guys when I've got my mind made up, I'm just gonna roll with it, and before I start second guessing. But before I select your champion,
the part that you really don't enjoy doing is having to sort down. And, we've got 10 out in the middle here that we're going to rework, replace. The ones that are on the rail are going to get excused. And it's not to say that, they're not good cattle. It's just that today they're probably not far enough along or not ready to be where we need them to be to get them up on this top end. So good set of cattle. Give these young exhibitors a nice hand for bringing them out. We'll look forward to them as getting them back again as they get a little further down the road and putting them back in the ring. And so we'll rework this set over here. So again, thank you for bringing them out. What a really good class of our first class of the Black Brangus females. Just so much quality in here. And man, unfortunately, we sent some out that I'd love to have at home that I think have tremendous futures and so many good things about them. But we start getting right down to it and trying to put them together for where we want to be at the end of the day. I think these 10 that are out here kind of fit the bill for me. And a heifer that leads out, she hit me pretty hard coming in. I thought, man, this is a really nice female. I think there's so much good here. I think from a structure standpoint, from a fluid moving, just relaxed around the ring. She's got the rib shape and the body that I like to see in them. She's got a nice hip and a nice top in her, attractive enough. I love her underline. I just think that's a pretty good place to start. Realize, I've got the youngest heifer out here. If I understood this young lady right, she said this is like a September, maybe. I don't know. She's the youngest one that we have in here, but if I had this one at home, I'd be pretty excited about her because I do think, and unfortunately she kind of gave up on us. You can tell she's a baby that's had all the fun she's going to have today, but this is a heifer calf that when she gets out and she lets this girl get her shown and kind of get her, maybe you come around in front of her, see if she'll follow you. There you go. You just come see if she'll follow you out. We'll see if she'll walk. But that's just the heifer that's in second. And it's unfortunate that she's kind of starting to give herself an opportunity to be seen. But the rib shape, the body, the way she's put together, that's a great prospect that I think's got a lot of future. Young lady that's going to end up third, that's standing up here on the front end, that's a soggy made, big bone, kind of rugged made heifer. And I really love her. I mean, she's probably, she's out there on the edge as far as just being kind of one of those looser structured kind of, one that you hope that as we go down the road with her, she's going to continue to hold herself together, pull herself together. But man, today, I love her foot. I love her bone. I love that body that she's got in her. I think she's a female that's just got so much good to her, a lot of future. Young lady heifer comes next, really extended, probably as much length of front end and length of spine as we have in there. Just a female that when we compare her to the heifer standing above her, we're going to, and realizing, we talk about this all the time. They're young heifers are just getting started. They're going to belly down. We're going to get them a little soggier made as we go. If we manage them right, this heifer, she gets to be a little bigger ribbed and bigger bodied, kind of drop that flank in her. I think she's going to be just lethal. And so I think as we move into this next heifer, this young lady's heifer is made the same way. Really striking when she gets her pulled together on the profile. And, these cattle are really interesting. The first time in, when they were fresh and coming in here, they really presented themselves well. And we haven't been in here this long, but for a set of these calves, you can tell they're kind of starting to wear out on this tracking around the ring. And they're wanting to pull a little harder and not maybe be quite as sound on the move as we'd like for them to, but that's a good heifer going out of the ring that's got a lot to her. Big rib, lots of dimension in this young man's heifer here. She's a heifer that, if we kind of manage her right, she looks like to me she's going to be an easy one to feed. We don't overfeed her. We're not going to ruin that front end in her, but she's just a good heifer that I think sure got some future. Heifer that comes next, another one of those really, really long neck, long spine kind that's a little too tight right now for me. She's a little tight on the move. She's a little tight in her rear flank, not quite as soggy as we'd like for her to be, but I think she's a really good prospect that sure deserves to be in here. Another heifer comes next, again, starting to get a little piecier, I think, as we get into these bottom three. They're heifers that are just from a structure standpoint at this stage of the game, they're a little piecier in the way they come at us. They want to break apart in their shoulders, want to break down their top a little, not really be quite as squared up, but still really good cattle, high performing, good growth cattle, have a lot of good in them, very deserving of being out here. Congratulations.
So results of Class 1 in our Black Brangus show. Winning the class is Mallory Winkleman, Washington County 4-H. Second goes to Kinley Smith, Hood County 4-H. Third place goes to Georgia Carrasco, Brazoria County 4-H. Fourth, shown by Kara McKee, Tatum FFA. Fifth, shown by Rihanna Shepard, Vanadale FFA. Sixth goes to Colton War, Brazos FFA. Seventh, shown by Lana Titer, Decatur FFA. Eighth goes to Hudson Meyer, Needville FFA. Ninth, shown by William Wetstein, Huckabee FFA. And 10th, shown by Bailey Buzzard, Grimes County 4-H.
Well, over here on this side, we got a big class and
and combines a lot of good. I think she combines a lot of quality. And I'll be the first to admit she's not the big, stout, rugged, big, heavy bone, big footed one in the bunch. That's standing below her 2 or 3 spots, but she's good enough. And there's enough quality there. I love that extension. I love the way she ties into her shoulder. She looks like to me, she's real long term. I think she's a female that talk about putting them down the road and getting them into the junior yearling stage and farther along. I think that's the kind of female. She's good top, good hip. There's enough to this female from one end to the other. And I just think there's so much good to the way she gets around the ring. It's hard to not let her move to the front. Then we have a set of these females, second, third, fourth, heifers that are big, rugged, massive made. They probably start getting a little too much for me from the standpoint of they get a little more shoulder in them. They get a little bit out there to where, as far as just for my type in the show ring to look at, I think they can get a little round, and I think this young heifer that comes next, this lady's gotten second. This is a big, stout, big growth female. She just gets a little round in the way she's made. You look into her shoulders, look at her down her top. She gets round and doesn't really want to pull herself quite like that class winner does. We get into this third place heifer. She's one that wants to come apart structurally again. She wants to kind of break in her top, drop her pins, kind of roll off that hip. Heifer that just would like to just square her up a little bit, strengthen that top, and just bring her straight out from her hooks back into that tail set and drop her down. And she's great necked. She's got a really good look to her. She just like to kind of change her a little bit that way. This young lady's heifer that comes next, and be real honest with you, when she first came in the ring, I was like, man, there's a lot of things I like about this heifer, and there still is a lot of things I like about her. I love her body type. I love her center portion of her body. I love that rib shape. I just be real honest with you. What I don't like about her is I don't like her feet. I think her back feet. I think there's some problems there that are probably going to be a constant issue you're going to have to deal with, and I understand it. I deal with it at my house, and I know what it amounts to. And so, that's just one of those things that if I could change her, get her to move different, square her up a little bit, get her on a sounder set of feet, I think sure go a lot further up the road. Big ribbed, nice female that comes next. She probably gets a little more elevated right at her shoulder, a little more upright in the way she wants to get around the ring. Shorter, kind of shortens her hip up a little bit too. But this is just a pretty good cow that I think's again got a lot of future. Young lady's heifer that comes next. We start kind of talking about just total dimension of females, talk about length and how much cow we have there. And this is one that's sure got a lot of pieces to her. She's pushing a little bit, trying to go out of the ring, but there's a lot of future in that one. Just manage her right. Young man's heifer that comes next. This is a heifer that is kind of one of those soggier made, deeper ribbed, kind of a little bit out of balance, probably not as attractive to look at. A little more neck and chest, throws her out of balance. Not the real sleek front end that we have in some of these others, but that's just a pretty good cow prospect. It's got a lot of good to her. Young lady's heifer that follows next is probably a little neater made on the profile, but gives up the power that stands on both sides of her. Young lady that follows out, got a really nice female. It's unfortunate for her that heifer just wants to wrestle with her, but the good news is we've made it through the ring. We've in and are out. We're going to get better every day as we go through it. So congratulations on a good set of cattle, and give those exhibitors a nice hand.
Results of Class 2 in our Black Brangus show. Winning the class is Kinsey Bookout from Sealy FFA. Second goes to Randa Tillman, Brenham FFA. Third place shown by Whit Parkey, Archer County 4-H. Fourth goes to Reagan Reeves, Big Sandy, Dollardsville FFA. Fifth place shown by Colton Bilski, Washington County 4-H. Sixth goes to Grace Smith, Teague FFA. Seventh shown by Mason Cone, West Fork FFA. Eighth goes to Holly Sessengood, Wilson County 4-H. In ninth place, Olivia Salinas, Tuloso Midway FFA.
Well, just a few comments.
interesting class, and just be real honest with you, it's kind of challenging for me because I'm just, there's some things I like about these top 3 or 4 heifers, but there's some things I really would like to change about them, and so it becomes more about weighing in kind of which one has the best, the least of the worst, or the most of the best, or whatever, as we put them together. And after the wins the class, I like her on the profile. I like that extension that she shows. She is a big, high performing female. She's probably out there on the edge for me. I don't like her again when we get down on the ground. I'd like to stand behind her and just see that foot change a little bit. I like to see her step up on her heel a little bit more, square her up just a little bit. But she's too good, I think, in here to not allow her to win this class because she does the most good things right. She's striking on the profile, and she's got the rib and the dimension to go with it. Young man's heifer that comes next, she's going to get a little more shoulder and a little more chest in her than I want. She's probably not quite my type, but I have to appreciate her that she is big ribbed and high volume and big wide topped. And I'll take that front end that she has in her to go with the extra dimension that she shows us. She's a little loose in her underline. She gets a little sloppier made, but that's still a pretty good performance cow that has a lot of good to her. Young lady's heifer that comes next, just a really nice package. Probably in here she is a little more moderate made, which is not to her disadvantage. We're just going to have to, at this stage of the game, we'll give her a chance to kind of catch up and power up, belly down, bulk up a little bit more to go with those that stand on the front end. Young man's heifer gets here next strictly off of just she's so much better in her structure than that heifer that stands behind her. And I mean, she's green, she's pretty raw, she's not as much to her as we have in heifers around her, but still I think there's a lot of future there. She's sounder, structured in her front end structure, in her from her shoulders up and down to the ground, and I think that gets her in this spot. This young man's heifer that comes next, and I'll just tell you that probably at this stage of the game, she's probably been fed on as long as she probably could stand right now. She could probably stand to be freshened up. She probably needs to be kicked out a little bit, see if that'll make her a little more flexible on her front end, because right now, all that extra condition sets in that chest and shoulder, really distracting for her. Shoulders back, man, you love her. She is tremendous, big bodied and stout made. Young lady's heifer that comes next. Again, we start talking about some structure. Point of her shoulder, down her top. She'll roll her top. She drops her pin. She doesn't really want to square up like we have standing on the top end. But the things you do like about her is she is fresh. She's long geared. She's long strided, long spine. Got a lot of good there. Young man's heifer that follows in behind her. Not as much heifer there. Just a pretty good prospect that we just give her a chance to kind of blow up. See if we can get her to, kind of become a little more width and dimension from one end to the other, but that's just she balances up nice, has an advantage over the heifer behind her just from the standpoint of she's got that extra rib and body that goes with her. Young man's heifer that follows out. Again, heifers that probably get a little more refined, a little more out of balance, don't really square up like those heifers on the top end, but a good set of cattle all the way through. Congratulations.
Aiden Wall, we need your Class 4 Brangus heifer to the north staging area. Your class is about to walk in the ring. Aiden Wall, we need your heifer to the north staging area.
Another big class.
good? All right. Another really interesting class on the Brangus side. And, as we talk about these top two heifers, and I think there's some give and take again. We talk about the kind of cattle they are and endpoints and different things like that. And the one that wins the class probably is going to put as many good things together for me, just from the standpoint of, I think she sure got some extra length, some extra extension. She's got plenty of dimension to her. And I appreciate her. I really like her a lot better in the way she's structured, right up in her shoulder, up in her front end, from the point of her shoulder forward, from the point of her shoulder down through the width of her shoulders. I think she flattens out and she's just a lot more maternal in her type. And I kind of like her end point a little better than the big stout heifer that comes second. This is the high performing heifer, stands second. She's kind of got that elevated growth curve. She's kind of a big high growth female, but what I'd really like to change about her, and I don't particularly not like the fact that she's got some extra growth and performance to her. It's just probably not where I want to end up at. But if I was going to change her, I'd sure want to change her in her shoulder structure. I don't think she's sound enough up there to really work her way up onto the top end. But the power that she and the class winner have bring them up above these next set of heifers. This is a pretty good heifer on the profile. I really appreciate her when I stand back and look at her. But when I get on her, watch her walk away from me, watch her width, she narrows down. She doesn't give us that extra width that we have in those heifers standing on the top end. Just like the young man's heifer that comes next, they just narrow down. They get narrow at their base. They don't have an extra, they aren't bold sprung and yet, and realizing they're still young. They got a lot of time ahead of them so they can get there. We just got to give them a chance to catch up and do that. Young man's getting along with a heifer that's just wrestled him hard all day, and he's doing good. I know what it's like. I've had them fight me all the time. Our families, everybody deals with it. These cattle just have to get used to it. But congratulations on a good set of cattle.
Thank you, Ms. Sankey, for that overview of class number 4. Winning the class is Lexi Ramirez from Jefferson County 4-H. Second place shown by Macy Keithley, Angleton FFA. Third place goes to Laney Siska, Sealy FFA. Fourth place goes to Aiden Engelhardt, New Brunswick FFA. And fifth place female exhibited by Caleb McAnnis, Blanco County 4-H. I'd like to take this opportunity to announce the results from class number 3 that we were unable to do because of the shifting of the mic. But winning class 3 was Emerson Eckelberg, Austin County 4-H. Second was Cade Oraska, Friendswood FFA. Third goes to Chelsea Holloway, Nacogdoches 4-H. Fourth place was exhibited by Rhett Reichert, Sealy FFA. Fifth place shown by Cooper Moss, San Jacinto County 4-H. And sixth, shown by Avery Moss, San Jacinto County 4-H. Seventh, shown by Easton Otero, Brenham FFA. Eighth, Bailey Wilson, Washington County 4-H. And ninth, Ryder Santa Maria, Starr County 4-H. We're now going to bring in our first and second place class winners out of classes 1 through 4 to pick our division champions in our heifer division. Oh yeah, we found a iPhone in the East Women's Restroom. It's up in the announcer stand. So if you're missing an iPhone, one was turned in up at the Junior Heifer announcer stand. Lost and found iPhone turned in to us at the announcer stand. Class 7 Black Brangus heifers. Let's start making your way to the staging area, north side, class 7 Black Brangus heifers.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
I talk about it all the time, the variation of kind, the different angles, the different ways we can go about this. And so, as breeders of cattle and of livestock, whatever you're raising, I think you breed what you can sell. You breed what your program is, what you can do the most with. And from my standpoint, when I start picking cattle out here, I usually pick the ones that I think in my mind are the ones that I can use at home, that I can make the most out of and think they have the best future and the most longevity. And this is a lineup. There's 8 heifers out here. I'd love to have any of them. And I think it's a challenge to just nail it down to 1 or 2 of these, to have a lot of that can kind of walk to the top of this. But that being said, there's a couple of heifers out here that I just have really liked from the beginning. And so we're going to run with them. We're going to pick some champions. Congratulate all these young exhibitors for coming out, because it's a good set of cattle. Good place to start our Brangus show. And these cattle, again, congratulations. Give them a nice hand.
And our champion comes to us out of class number 1. That's exhibited by Mallory Winkleman from Washington County 4-H. And also our reserve comes out of class number 1, exhibited by Kinley Smith, Hood County 4-H. Congratulations to all the youngsters who showed in our heifer calf classes, as well as our champions in our heifer division. We're going to move along to class number 7 in our Black Brangus show.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
around then where it's really really for me a challenge because a lot of times when these heifers come to the ring, there's a handful of them that just strike you when they come through the gate, and you gravitate towards them and you really find them, and then you really get to analyze them. And let's be real honest with you, as these all came through the gate, I didn't have one of them just jump up and grab me, and it became more of a really just sorting down, getting right down to it, and trying to find the one that I think puts the most good things together. Young ladies heifer that wins this class, she doesn't overwhelm you in any direction. She's not going to wow you from her power, from her elegance, or anything else, but she's just a good cow. And I think I can go a long ways with having a class winner that is that. She's good at the ground. She's good at her feet. She's got some real dimension to her. You look at her on the profile, you can see there's some muscle in this female. She's elegant enough. I think she just kind of finds her way because we start coming and talking about the things we want to change about some of these others. There's a whole lot of places you are going to want to change some of these. And so she has, I think, the most good to her. I think she balances up nice. One that follows her is close to her in kinds. This young lady's heifer, she's a little more extended. I think she's got some extension in front end. She's got some extra ribs. She's got some body. Isn't quite right. I think when we look kind of, if I would change her shoulders, flatten her out a little bit, just make her a little more elegant up in her shoulder structure. But still, that's just a really nice cow that's got a lot of good to her. Young man's heifer that comes next, my first thought on her when she came in, and it hadn't changed. He's done a really good job of feeding her, and he's probably fed her a little longer than I would want her to be fed. I think you take a little of that condition out of her, comes out of that neck and chest, and she becomes really striking in that part of her body. Right now, it distracts from her a little bit because she's been fed on. It's just, I do it all the time. I know what it means. You got to manage them, and then you got to kick them out. But that's a good heifer, very deserving of being up on the front end. High growth female that comes next wants to probably get a little straighter up in her shoulder, get up on both ends, but still just a good cow that with that rib shape and that body that she has, she sure deserves to be there. Then another nice female again that's not going to overwhelm you in anything. She's not going to overpower you. She isn't as soggy as some standing around her, but she's good enough and she's sound enough and she's functional enough, gets her up in this. And the young man's heifer that comes next, she's again one of those that's got some center section to her body. She's got some rib shape. She doesn't really want to get out and track on her front end like I'd like for her to. She's going to want to get a little more upright and straighter in that neck and down into her shoulder, down into her knee, just like this heifer that's following out. This heifer wants to just really push off both ends. If we could get her to relax her movement, kind of ease off from her hock down to the ground when she hits the ground, I think it'd help her a long way. Young man's little heifer, she's given up a lot of performance, and I'm not an advocate for trying to do that, but I do think you have to appreciate her for what she is, and I appreciate her because she's pretty sound, she's pretty fresh. I mean, you think, man, just give this heifer some time. Breed her, give her a chance. She's sound structurally. She has an advantage over the heifer standing behind her. In her shoulder structure, her top line from her hooks back, she's a female, just holds herself together. Then we have three of these heifers that I think there's a lot of good in them, but what I struggle with is the way they want to break in their top. They break behind their shoulders. They drop their top. They get pinched in their heart. They're not just bold sprung all the way through their bodies. But it's a good set of cattle, good set of showmen. Congratulations.
We need exhibitor number 13135 Ainsley from Fulshire FFA and exhibitor number 15873 Dylan Flake from Needville FFA. Class 8, bring us where your class is about to walk in the show arena. Results of Class 7. Winning the class, Kylie Stone, Pearland FFA. Placing second in Class 7, Blaine Sessengood from Wilson County 4-H. Our third place award goes to Tegan Thompson from Washington County 4-H. Fourth place heifer exhibited by Adriana Humphrey, Anahuac FFA. Fifth place goes to Taylor Budd, Conroe FFA. Sixth showed by Nate Fogelman, Pearland FFA. Our seventh place heifer shown by Riley Hale, Klein Kane FFA. Eighth place, Leslie Sanders, Robertson County 4-H. Ninth goes to Molly Bible, Concordia Lutheran FFA. Our 10th place heifer exhibited by Aiden Allwine, Conroe FFA. Now leading Class 8 into the North Judging Arena. Class 9, we need you now in the North staging area. Class 9 and 10, let's bring your black Brangus heifers up to the North staging arena.
variation of kind endpoints, but there's so much quality in here on this top end. I mean, these are good cattle. The one that I land on is kind of that combination heifer in here. She's not as stout, maybe, as some of them standing behind her. She's stout enough, but she's elegant, man. I mean, she is so good from her shoulder up into her neck and up into that front end. She just gets her head up, pulls it up out of her shoulder right, carries it down her top into her hip. She's just a female that I think has just got so much presence to her, kind of puts it in the ring. I love this heifer that stands second, but I just can't quite get past those feet on her. She's as borderline as you can get. I'm not going to say she's bad on those front feet, but she's just sets out there on the edge just about as far as you can get them. Times like right now, and this young lady, I'll give you credit, man. You can pull those in. You get it. I catch her before you get her set up, and I can see what she looks like. But you do an awesome job. You've been well schooled on how to pull those front feet together, and you do a nice job with it. But that's a good female. I just like to change that front end structure. I think this heifer that comes next, I think she kind of falls in as the combination heifer that deserves to be talked about up on the front end. I think, there's a case for her from a soundness standpoint. Maybe could have pushed her up another spot. She's a lot like our class winner, just maybe not as much to her. Has an advantage structurally, maybe right down at the ground as compared to the heifer standing second, but just doesn't quite bring it all together right now. But I think there's a lot of future left in this heifer. Can do so many good things because she's sure built right. She's sure good in her rib shape. She's good in her top line. She's good into her hip. Just a lot of future left in that one. This female here that we look at now, I think, again, this is kind of one of those heifers that if I could change her down at the ground, if I could change her from her shoulder into her knee, into her ankle, down into that front end, I'd sure like to do it. I'd like to just square her up. She wants to run outside, turn out a little bit, not be quite as sound as we'd like for her to be. Young man's heifer that follows next, she strictly gets up here because she's so striking to look at. I mean, she isn't going to overwhelm you anywhere. She isn't overpowering in anything, but boy, you stand off across the ring and let him get her set up. He pulls her neck out. You just have to appreciate her that she balances up so much better than some of these heifers that aren't quite as far up. So he does a nice job with that one, getting her presented. Young lady does a nice job with this one. This is a little more cow power, a little more dimension, a little more jam-packed, maybe not as extended as we have on either side of her. But that's still just a lover rib shape, lover body, and a real maternal type that she has. Kind of a little more growth, a little more elevation in this young man's heifer. Pretty smooth the way she's put together. She's kind of one of those real slick made kind that just, you have to appreciate the things that she does and realize that she just needs to do more of them if we're going to push her up on the front end, just like this young man's heifer. This is a good female. This is just a good Angus cow, or Angus cow, I'm sorry. Just a female that, she is a little cleaner underline. She looks a little bit more in her Angus type, which I love. I appreciate that about her. She's not loose structured. She holds herself together. She's sound and functional. Just, we just line them up out here by the ones that have the most of the good ones, and she just needs a little more to her. Get a little more broken out on this female that comes apart here. Her shoulders, she wants to get out, and her shoulders pinch behind her shoulders, come apart, come to us in three pieces, not be as sound as she needs to be. Young man's heifer that follows out, another heifer that, gets a little more upright, shorter jammed up in her front end, not quite the same. And then we follow with a nice pair of these heifers that are green and fresh, just don't have enough to them dimensionally to get them on the front end. So congratulations on a good class.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
kind of an interesting class over in our Brangus side. And obviously I think we backed up a little bit when we started picked a little more refined kind of a female to win this class, but we did it because she's sound and she floats around the ring. She'll reach out and we'll let you just take your heifer and just walk right out of the ring with her as we talk about them. Female that just gets out on the move, and that's her advantage. I think she's she trucks around the ring. She'll cover her steps. She'll do a lot of things right. She's wide enough. She's got enough to her. She's not the extreme one of the bunch. I mean, those all sit below her. She's more refined, but I think she's so good that you have to appreciate the structure that she brings. Kind of the heavier made, bigger power cow that follows in behind her, wants to get off a little bit off both ends, does not want to be as sound and functional as our class winner, but still good enough. I think you got to put her up there. And I think her advantage when we start comparing her to the ones stand below her gets to be that point of where she's, she just has more to her. There's just more cows standing there. This is a really nice female standing third. She's a kind of a big ribbed, high volume female. She doesn't want to probably cover. How do I want to say it? She isn't probably quite as flexible, maybe, as what we have in those heifers standing above her, but still just a really good female. Has a lot of good to her. Young man's heifer that comes next. If we could just take these cattle and balance them up a little bit, take some of that chest and neck out of her, get her kind of streamlined a little bit, get her to pull herself together a little. I think she's a female you could put on the front end of this thing and really appreciate her. Young man's heifer that follows out. Again, we start looking at them from kind of through their shoulder down into their knees, and they get turned out on the front end. Don't want to come at us square, and it hurts them when they get around the ring. So, cattle that have a lot of good to them just have some structure issues that we got to get past. But congratulations on a good set of cattle.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sankey, for that overview of Class 9 in our Black Brangus Heifer Show. Winning the class is Landon Penny from Weatherford FFA. Our second place exhibitor is Cole Lois from Victoria County 4-H. Third place shown by Catherine Jackson, Belleville FFA. Fourth place goes to Landon Stewart, Victoria County 4-H. And our fifth place exhibitor goes to Maddox Dwight from Fulshire FFA. I'd like to take this. I'd like to take this opportunity to give the results of class number 8 that we failed to get earlier. Winning that class is Briley McNally from Natchez FFA. Second, Brindley Buzzard, Grimes County 4-H. Third place goes to McKaylin Walton, Conroe FFA. Fourth place, Allie Renee Tiemann, Washington County 4-H. Fifth place was shown by Dallin Flake, Needville FFA. Our sixth place heifer, Sophia Hager, Flying FFA. Seventh goes to Chase Hughes, West Hardin FFA. Eighth, Ryan Santa Maria, Starr County 4-H. Ninth, Roel Santa Maria, Starr County 4-H. And 10th, William Los, Victoria County 4-H. We're now judging class number 10 in our Black Brangus show. So you exhibitors out of classes 7, 8, and 9, be ready because we'll pick our junior division winners after the conclusion of class 10 in our Black Brangus side.
in here that puts just a lot of good things together. We can look at her standing still on the profile and appreciate the elegant look she brings, and we appreciate that rib shape and dimension that she has. Stand back and look at her when you stand behind her, and she's really bold, sprung, covers and really gets out and can cover her stride as she gets around the ring. She gets a little lazy. I'd like to see her just perk it up a little bit. I'd like to see her just do like she does right now, just track out and just walk, because I think the heifer can cover the ground when she isn't really dragging and pulling back on that halter. Young lady's heifer that comes next, probably just a logical place to come in second. She's a heifer that, like our class winner, she's kind of a big ribbed, high volume, has really bold sprung. She's a heifer that maybe doesn't quite pull it together in the package that our class winner does. But I do appreciate this heifer, and I like her from a freshness standpoint, because I think we're getting into these age heifers where, too much feed, too much condition can really be distracting. This young lady's heifer that comes third, standing still, she's second, going away, because I just think she really fits. But when she gets out and you watch her tiptoe around the ring and kind of get up on those front feet, I can't put her up in that second place spot because I don't think she's sound enough. But I love her standing still. I love her freshness. I love the side profile that she brings, the dimension that she brings. This heifer that follows in is probably just a little bit on the other side of that. She's probably pushing that extra bit of chest in front end that she doesn't need, that probably distracts from her. But she's got plenty of rib, plenty of length. Her length of top, her length of hip, length of side is the advantage when we compare to the young men's heifer that follows out. But good set of cattle all the way through. Congratulations.
Results of Class 10 on our north side in our Black Brangus Heifer Show. Winning the class is Kinsley Lynn Rhodes from San Jacinto County 4-H. Second in that class goes to Keaton Hughes from Joaquin FFA. Third, Madison Harris, the Woodlands FFA. Our fourth place exhibitor, Kinsley Mayhane from Royal FFA. And fifth, Matthew Garcia, McAllen Memorial FFA.
I wanted to make just a quick comment here as we kind of make our first sift through this, another really big beef master class here. And so I kind of keep 10. I got 10 spots here for placings, but it's just the same as what I've said before. I know that you guys have put the effort and the time and blood, sweat, and tears into these projects, if you will. So it's the worst part about judging is to come out here and say, well, I've got to excuse you from the ring, but I want to, again, continue to say thank you for bringing them out here. I know how important it is to do this project, and I know how important it is for your development. And so if you would, ringside, give all these young people on the outside a nice round of applause. Give them a big congratulations as we excuse them from this class.
Get ready to pick our second division in the Black Brangus show and these Brangus females. And it's been a little bit more of a challenge. I think we've kind of run through lots of different kinds, but to get to the end of the day and we get out here with our first and seconds, then I think, we're right back where we were, where we want to be with the kind of the high quality, good cattle that are sound and functional and useful and have some real impact in the breed and can kind of make some changes, do some things we would expect to do as breeders of cattle. And I know that we're to the point in this industry where these cattle that stand in these junior heifer rings, they're the cattle that end up, there's not, it's not like these aren't the contributors to our genetic base and the cattle that we build off of. This is where this is kind of where they sit. They'll set in our junior programs and then they get moved over into breeding programs and we produce out of them and make those the next donor cows for our industry. So this is a set of females, and we've seen them all along. In that first set, we saw those, and I think we've got them in here, the kind of cattle that we can make some changes with. So congratulate these young exhibitors, though, because they've worked pretty hard to get to this point. There's a good set of them out here. There's a pair of them that I think kind of come together. We'll find our champions and pick a pair and move on to our next division. Congratulations.
And there's your champion in our junior division of our Brangus Heifer Show. Comes to us out of class number 10, exhibited by Kinsley Rhodes, San Jacinto County 4-H. Congratulations, Kinsley. And reserve comes to us out of class number 8, exhibited by Bradley McAnally from Natchez FFA. Congratulations to you, Bradley, along with all the youngsters that showed heifers in our junior classes. We'll move along into class 13 in our Black Brangus Female Show.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
pretty nice class of bring its females, and this top end is pretty interesting. Got a really good effort to start with. I think this is the combination when you come in here and you sort through them and you try to find that one that puts a lot of good things together, and you can talk about it a lot of different ways and start on front end, start from behind, work your way forward, start at front end, work your way back. Just so much good in this female. And she's got plenty of power, plenty of dimension. She's good at the ground. I think she's kind of, don't have to spend a lot of time talking about her because I think she does so many things right. To me, the really interesting pair sits in second and third. This heifer in second intrigues me because I, she's green. She's there's a third less heifer there than stands on either side of her. But I think from just a package, if you want to put one together that you can stand back and say, there's so much good in this heifer. Her front end is awesome. And my question is she a hard doer? Is that the reason she's there? Or have we managed her to hold her this way? And so we can kind of push her into the fall and really, work our way as we kind of go on down the road with her, because her real advantage, and when we compare her to the heifers that stand below her, is the fact that she's pretty green and she's one that's got a lot of future left in her. Big power cow that stands third, heifer that's probably over the top for me. I'll just be real honest with you. Probably more cow there than I would need. Been taken care of really well, and I think it's really sets up in that chest floor, and it's distracting on her. A little bit this way with the young man heifer that comes next. She's got just a little bit of chest in her. She's just starting to kind of push the front end a little bit, but that's just a pretty nice cow. That's just one that's got some rib shape and some dimension, pretty sound, and I think pretty functional in her kind, just like this young lady's heifer that comes next. Another really functional, useful kind of female. Good cow prospects. These are females that, when we compare them to the ones that stand on the top end, there's some things would sure have to do different to get them any further up. Young man's heifer that stands next, as we walk those two guys, young man and young lady, out. We talked about this heifer really elevated, comes up out of her shoulder, like the way she jets that neck up out of there. She's just, she's just kind of one of those that maybe didn't want to balance up quite like that heifer on the top end, the first one or two heifers, but there's so much good there that she really deserves to be up in this top end of this thing. Talked about young lady's heifer that comes next, starting to maybe get a little bit of difference in the way she liked to change her tail head, which I think would change her down at her hock, down to the ground, get her to be a little more flexible when we get her out. But good female, has a real advantage when we compare to the three heifers that stand below her. Heifers that just want to get out of balance. They are heifers that have been fed long enough. It starts to lay up in that front end structure. Doesn't do them a lot. It gets really distracting from the standpoint of just standing off and looking at them. But good, big bodied, powerful made females, just going to have to make them a little more balanced up, a little more elegant if we're going to get them up on the front end. Congratulations on a good set of cattle.
Another interesting class here in this.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Class 13, we've got Class 14 in the ring right now, but Class 13 winner is Clevie Allen from Houston County 4-H. Second in our Black Brangus Class 13 went to Landry Jones, Columbia FFA. Our third place award went to Mackenzie Tiemann, Washington County 4-H. Fourth place heifer exhibited by Blaine Winkleman, Washington County 4-H. Fifth place female shown by Peyton Reeves, Polk County 4-H. Sixth was exhibited by Colton Smith, Hood County 4-H. Our seventh place exhibitor, Sarah Siska, Belleville FFA. Eighth place exhibited by Cash Broom, Liberty FFA. Ninth place goes to Avery Eckelberg, Austin County 4-H. And our 10th place heifer was shown by Tavin Thompson, Washington County 4-H. Now got Class 14 in the ring. About to finish this one up. So Class 15 in our Black Brangus heifers, we need you now in the north staging area. Class 15, Black Brangus heifers, we need you in the north staging area. Following Class 15, we'll go into our senior champion drive.
Another really good class get into these older females. And I think the top three heifers up here are kind of the challenging part of this class. I think the one that wins the class, I like her because she's a little flatter through her shoulders. She's a little more elegant made, I think, in the way she comes at us. She's one that just really, I think, holds herself together from the standpoint she's got that rib, she's got that body, but she handles her top, handles herself so well when we get her out. You know, she wants to move in a hurry, which, you know, sometimes that's a little distracting. We slow her down a little bit, but still, I think that female does so many good things. And I think the real advantage sets right at the point of their shoulders, forward, point of their shoulders down, the way they tie in behind their shoulders. I think that's kind of her advantage in this class. Then as we start looking at these next two heifers, I think the one that comes as close to our class winner, young man's heifer that's coming out in second. You know, she's not as good. She gets a little rounder in her shoulders. She wants to kind of get us a little more width up through that front end. But when she stops and parks and pulls her head up, then I think she fits into what our class winner looks like. I think she's developing a nice udder. She's good. And I really like her back out through her hip. I think she's just a female that kind of strikes me and works her way up into second. Young lady's heifer comes third. This is kind of a big, powerful made one. And along with that power, then you start pushing out, get a little round right at the point of their shoulders. They want to push themselves out a little bit, not be quite as smooth made as what we have standing above her. Maybe not quite as elegant when we start looking at her on the profile, but good cattle, really a good female. Top three are pretty stout, really powerful. Then we follow with the young man's heifer that doesn't want to balance like those heifers stand above her. She's one that wants to just push into her front end a little bit, but from her shoulders back, the advantage that she has in that rib shape, that udder quality, kind of the way she's starting to develop, I think she just looks like she's really a good cow prospect that's very maternal in her kind. Young lady's Brangus heifer that comes next, the heifer that is pretty striking when you look at her. You want to talk about some length of neck, length of side, maybe not as much cow there as what we have standing above her, not as powerfully made, a little more refined at the ground, not quite as good on her foot as what we have standing above her, but still pretty good cow. Young man's heifer that comes next. Heifer that just, I love this heifer from a kind of center portion of her body into her hip. big, powerful female. But with that, she wants to show us that front end structure that would just like to change. She gets out and her shoulder, shortens her neck up, gets a little cresty in her kind. Young man's heifer that follows out, starting to make a nice udder. Pretty fresh in her kind, a little more refined when we compare to the heifers stand above her. Young lady walking out, it's got a really good female, just needs some more time on that heifer, get her a little further down the road. So congratulations on a good set of female.
Wetstein from Huckabee FFA. Second in Class 14, Matthew Waybro, Austin County 4-H. Our third place heifer was shown by Emma Wiggins, Liberty FFA. Fourth goes to Logan Woodruff, El Campo FFA. Our fifth place exhibitor, Kaylin Loest, Victoria County 4-H. Sixth went to Matthew Phillips, Washington County 4-H. Seventh to George Rogers, Galveston County 4-H. And our eighth place female shown by Camilla Alvarez, San Isdro FFA.
Finish up this last class, older set of Brangus females, and really nice couple of young pairs up on the front end. The advantage, of course, of our class winner, a little bigger, stouter calf. Looks like she's got a little more future to her. Good udder under this cow that wins the class. Just so much quality and goodness in this female. I think it's pretty hard to not just let her win and realize, we got a young female with a little baby that's just, hasn't quite as far as long. It's going to have an opportunity to catch up. But these are good uddered, high quality Brangus females doing kind of what we want them to do. And it's pretty hard to not put them first and second in this class. Then I think as we work our way back down into these females, the pair of females that stand third and fourth, difference for me is our third place heifer. I know everybody gets tired of hearing this, and it's hard to say the same things over and over, but condition and management gets to be an issue. And this is a female that's probably been overfed a little bit because it just starts laying into that chest, but she is bred, and I think she's further along in gestation when we compare to the heifer standing behind her. That's to her advantage. If we took that front third of her body and carved that out of her, she would be striking to look at. But from the standpoint of where we're looking at right now, she just probably overdone just a little bit. Heifer that follows in behind her is very similar, just a little rounder in the way that she's built, not as far along gestation wise, a heifer that didn't show us quite as much udder, but just a pretty good female. Then a really nice, fresh made female that's got a lot of future to her. I'd tell you that just a heifer that just get her bred and turn around and let her be a cow. Looks like to me she's got a lot of quality about her to do that. Good set of cattle. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sankey, for that overview of Class 15 in our Junior Black Brangus show. Winning that class, Casey Cerny from El Campo FFA. Our second place heifer was shown by Xander Santos, San Rayburn, Pasadena FFA. Our third place female out of Class 15 shown by Megan Hanson, Pecos County 4-H. Fourth place went to Isabella Guerra from San Benito FFA. And our fifth place female shown by Maya Benavides, Terry FFA. We'll now bring first and second place females out of classes 13, 14, and 15 back into the North Judging Arena. From these
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Older division with these three class winners. These are good cattle. These are good, functional, useful Brangus females, the kind that I think we can take, and I know from my standpoint, could sure make a living off of. They could do so many good things for us. They're high quality cattle. They're cattle that are just can like I said, they can do a lot of good, and we're not going to run through them. We're not going to break them apart. I think there's a pair of them that kind of match up pretty good for me. I think we'll go back through and look at them one more time, though, to just know that we've kind of covered all our bases. But give these young exhibitors a nice hand. It's a pretty good set of cattle out here. Finish this older division with. Congratulations.
And there's your senior champion coming to us out of class number 13, shown by Clevie Allen, Houston County 4-H. And our reserve champion female comes to us out of class number 14, Brody Wetstein, Huckabee FFA. Congratulations to our champion in reserve in our senior division, as well as all the youngsters that showed in our senior, junior Brangus classes. We'll transition now into our grand champion drive and our Black Brangus show. We need our two KEF division winners, our two junior division winners, and the two seniors we just chose back into the North Judging Arena to select our champion and reserve junior Brangus female. Again, ARB Heifers will start your show following the Black Brangus. ARB Heifers, start getting on your mind. Classes 1 and 2, ARB Heifers, you need to make your way to the North staging area.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
So, folks here at ringside, I apologize that I took a little extra.
Well, we're getting ready to finish up our Brangus show, and I tell you, I'm excited. I get really jazzed up when we get 6 good cattle in the ring that are as good as this, and we've been through so many of them. And part of it comes from the fact that, you know, my family, we've raised Brangus cattle for a long time, and we've been blessed to raise some good ones. We've spent a lot of time with some that we didn't think didn't turn out like we thought they would, but you know, it's all about understanding, trying to mate these phenotypes and put some genetics with them, and get something at the end of the day that's a breed changing type cattle. And I'll be real honest with you. I, I still think that little fall heifer standing over on that backside that young lady's got, and I know we got a long time to go with her, and she's one that's can cover lots of miles and may not turn out, but right now these calves that stand out of this first division, I think these are some high quality animals that have a lot of future and can do a lot of good things for us as a breed. I think they're cattle that if we continue to manage them right, handle them right, work our way down the road with them, they're cattle that are going to come back into this ring and many other rings and be the kind that we all aspire to raise and have in our program. So it's been a lot of fun, and I think we've got a dominant set of cattle out here. I think these young exhibitors have worked pretty hard to get there. This is a well-managed set that's standing in the ring right now. They sure deserve some credit, them and the people that help them do this, parents and friends and everybody else. So give them a nice hand. We'll show you a pair of heifers that I think are pretty good, and we'll move on to our next breed. But congratulations on a good set of cattle. Here you go.
Heifer, right? There's your grand champion female, comes to us out of the junior division, exhibited by Kinsley Rhodes, San Jacinto County 4-H. And our reserve female comes to us out of the senior division, exhibited by Clevie Allen, Houston County 4-H. Congratulations to our champion and reserve in our Junior Brangus show for the 2026 San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, as well as all the youngsters that showed Brangus heifers today.
Of course, we got to wrap up this and
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
She's I I like this heifer a lot, and I like her on the profile, but when I really get up on her, then I really appreciate her because she does have some true dimension to her. You can stand back and look at her and think, maybe she gets a little bit, a little tighter made, maybe not quite as much cow in her. But boy, you get up on her and then see that for that rib shape and that body that she has and that width that she has when she gets behind her. She's really wide pinned. She's got as much width as he's standing behind her. Maybe not bred quite like that, but that's a good female and a really good place to start. Young lady, you do a nice job. Congratulations. Then we follow in with the kind of the short horn looking heifer that, if we could change her a little bit, she gets a little short from her hooks back, wants to round into her pins a little bit, but just from a kind of a maternal type, I think she's kind of got a cow look to her. She's kind of got some things about her you really appreciate. Red Heifer gets up here just basically on power. She's as stout made as any of them and handles it pretty well. There's another heifer or two down here that have that same power, maybe that aren't quite as good down at the ground. But this heifer, she's not bad at all, and I think she's got a great future. She's just a little different kind when we compare to the two standing above her, but a good places to go. And then a pair of these heifers that are probably they're a little green. They're probably a little more refined when we compare them to the heifers standing on either side of them. But these are heifers that I think are good, sound, functional kind of females. Black heifer that comes next, I'd just like to change her when we get her out and track her around the ring. I think she wants to pop a little bit when we look at her, and she doesn't want to just sit down and be as flexible as we'd like for her to be. I appreciate her because she's really stout made, big top, big rib, lots of bone, just a really unique individual. We just hopefully can kind of get her to where she'll handle this movement a little better. Then we follow out with a set of these females, a big red heifer, kind of the high growth female in here. Appreciate that about her. The black heifer behind her, another really extended, long spined, long made female. Young man's red heifer. She gets a little too bow legged for me when you watch her walk away from you. Going to roll a little bit, not be as square as we need her to be. Then we have a nice set of these young heifers that have a lot of future left. We just haven't got them there yet, but they're the right kind and we can get there with them. So congratulations on a good set of females.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sankey, for those comments on our first class of ARB heifers. Winning the class, Maggie Kamich, East Bernard FFA. Our second place heifer, shown by Peyton Bronikowski, Robertson County 4-H. Third place goes to Brendan Driscoll, Golson FFA. Fourth place, shown by McKinley Nance, Fulsher FFA. Fifth place, shown by Grant Stark, Bullard FFA. Our sixth place female exhibited by Cadence Hall, Angleton FFA. Seventh place honors go to Carly Scott, Lockhart FFA. Eighth, shown by Jaden Perez, Edinburgh FFA. Ninth, exhibited by Jax and Koviak, Washington County 4-H. And our 10th place female shown by Emma Nugent, Brazos Park FFA. Now I got Class 2 ARBs in the ring. So Class 3, we need you in the staging area. Class 3 to the north staging area, ARB heifers.
pretty interesting class, I think, when we get over on this side of the ring. And heifer that we're going to start with, that's again, we kind of, especially when we get into these young ones, it's a combination of who can do the most good, put the most good things together. And she's sure the one that's pretty easily, I think, finds her way up here. Still attractive to look at, still good on the profile, still big rib. Stand behind her, you can see some expression and some dimension. Just kind of a female that kind of falls into first pretty handily. Then I think we get into this heifer that's second and realizing second and third, we've got heifers that have been fed as hard as they need to be fed at this stage of the game. Young lady's heifer that stands second, though, I think she balances up nicer. I think she's the one that just kind of follows our class winner, just kind of lands in that second place spot. Get down here to third and fourth, and then it becomes, we have one that's probably needs to be backed off, turned out, eased up, and then we got a young man's heifer that I think's got a tremendous amount of future. She is as green as you can get one. If he takes her and pours it into her and just keeps pushing and pushing, she's one that I think's gonna has so much good to her. Today, we just need more of her. We're just gonna not give her that opportunity yet, but we're gonna realize that she's one that's managed right. There's going to be a lot of future in her. So good set of these females all the way through. Congratulations.
Our results of Class 2 in our ARB Heifer Show: winning the class, Jacob Heister, Royal FFA. Second goes to Rosalind Swinson, Nixon Smiley, FFA. Third place exhibited by Raven Cooley, Wise County 4-H. And fourth place exhibited by Trace Trant, Navasota, FFA.
So over here on this side,
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Another nice class in our ARB division, and just a real true cow prospect, I think, comes up on the front end of this thing. She's not maybe as jack-necked as what we have standing in second, and maybe not quite as extended from her shoulder forward, but from her shoulder back, I don't think there's another young female in here that's got that rib shape and dimension that she has. Pretty flexible at the ground, covers her track, really gets out and handles herself well on the move. The up-headed, long neck, big black heifer that comes next. I really like this heifer. She's pretty green, kind of raw in the way she's made and put together. I think she'll be fun to follow and see how they manage this one and see if we can kind of soften her up and but yet still keep her looking with that kind of striking profile. Female that comes right behind her, kind of similar to her from her shoulder back, but not from her shoulder forward. Doesn't have that extra length and that real neat look to her that we have in that heifer that stands second. So we look at this young man's heifer that comes fourth. There's a heifer that just shoulders back. Again, we can talk about body shape and dimension and cow power that they have. But if we're going to want to put them on the front end, then we're going to want to change them a little bit from their shoulders forward. We're going to want to lengthen that neck out, stretch them out a little bit, make them a little more elegant, which young ladies have for standing right behind him. Young lady right in front of me here. This is a pretty neat neck heifer. She's a real attractive maid. She's one of those really feminine maid kind of females, but she doesn't want to have quite the power and dimension that stands above her in the class, and so we kind of have to work our way in with her. Young lady's big heifer that comes next, kind of the high growth female in here, high performing, high weight per day of age cow. Lots of performance in her, and I appreciate it. And a nice roan made female that's pretty striking on the profile, just not enough to her. If we're going to get her further up, we're going to have to blow her apart from one end to the other. Young man's black heifer doesn't want to balance out quite as well. She wants to get a little heavier up in that chest, not quite give us that balanced look that we get on the profile. Young lady's heifer that follows next. This heifer's got a lot of future. She's green, and I appreciate that about her. I think it's a matter of time on her till we get her managed right. A lot of quality about her, a lot of good things. Young man's black heifer going out, and she's just rascaled him ever since he got in here, and that's made it kind of tough on him, but that's a good female. It's sure got a lot of future. Congratulations.
Another interesting class here.
Placings in our ARB Heifer Show. Out of Class 3, our winner is Barrett Merton from Washington County 4-H. Second in that class, shown by Leighton Reed, Wharton County 4-H. Our third place heifer, exhibited by Aubrey Waits, Latexo FFA. Fourth place female, exhibited by Ramsey Rhodes, San Jacinto County 4-H. Fifth place, shown by Tegan Wilson, Washington County 4-H. Our sixth place heifer was shown by Haley Havard, Barbers Hill FFA. Seventh went to Kennedy Brown, Angleton FFA. Eighth place, Corbin Toman, East Bernard FFA. Ninth, shown by Braylon Masters, Groesbeck FFA. And our 10th place heifer, shown by Corbin Palasto, Madison County 4-H.
Truth about it, it's painful to have to do this. You don't want to have to do it because I know how much work everybody puts into bringing cattle to town and getting to this point, but that's just the way it is, part of the business. So for those of you that are on the way out, I still want you to know that, and I'm sure you'll be told that, you've got good cattle that have lots of opportunity. We're just not there today. Doesn't mean you're not going to be there for the end of these heifers' careers. We just got to get them to a different point, get them to the place where they fit in a little better, work into the middle part of this ring. But congratulations. These are good young cattle, good young exhibitors. Give them a nice hand for bringing these out. We'll rework these 10 in the middle and we'll get them placed off that. So again, good set of cattle. Congratulations.
Every detail matters.
in our ARB ring, really big class of these, and we unfortunately sorted down, had to kick some out that are probably as good as what we've stand in here, but this is the 10 that really probably hit me the hardest coming through the gates and then when we were in the ring with them. And this heifer that wins the class, I think it's so close between her and the heifer in second. They're a little bit different. I think just a little bit of difference between the extra mass maybe that stands in the heifer standing second, but the front end structure of the heifer that stands first. And so, just for me, I think you can, there's more than enough in this female that wins the class. She's wide enough from one end to the other. She's good enough. She's big enough top, big enough hip, good enough at the ground. And I think she's just a little more elegant, I guess, when we start comparing her to that for the stands right behind her. That's a massive powered up female that stands second. So that's a pretty good pair of heifers. I think that's a chase. Could be a race any way you want to go with them. Those two are pretty good. Little greener made individual that comes third. A lot along the same lines of the two heifers that stand above her. She just isn't the same horse that we have standing on top. She just needs a little bit of time, see if we can get her to catch up. A little more elevated, bigger frame, bigger footed, rugged made red heifer that comes next. But I like this heifer. She's got a tendency to maybe want to come apart just a little bit. But I think when you put that much bone and dimension and mass in them, can sure see it happen. The yellow heifer that comes next, this is one that I think's kind of got a lot of future. I think she's just not ready yet. I think we got to kind of manage her along, and I think she's like the heifer that stands right behind her. These are young heifers that have some substance to them. They have some dimension to them. They sure have some functional usefulness to them. We're going to put them up on the front end. We're going to have to spend a little more time, get them a little further along to chase those two that stand up on top. Black heifer that comes next, big, rugged, stout made one. Probably got to have to manage her front end a little bit. We're going to have to worry a little bit about just whether or not that chest and that neck comes back to hurt us at the end of the day when she's a big bred. But she puts so many good things together. Yellow heifer there, red heifer that comes next. Heifer that sometimes has a tendency to kind of want to open up a little bit right behind her shoulders, wants to kind of not maybe set down quite as good on those legs as I'd like for her to, but still that's just a good heifer that really belongs to be out in the ring, just like this heifer here. Black heifer that's, again, we start talking about big, rugged, stout made cattle that sure have a lot of power and dimension. She's one of those, this young lady's heifer's fought her ever since we got her out here. And just probably not the real reason she stands down there, but the problem is when she fights her like that, then the structure issues that she has gets to be more apparent, so we kind of work our way past that. Congratulations on a good class.
When preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
to do our first division ARBs, and we've been through a bunch of them. And I mean, that last class was just, man, I mean, it was tough. It was deep, and it was a whole lot deeper than what we had left in the ring, but kind of had to sort them down. But I think this is a great lineup. There's, we're going to have variation all day long, and I don't think you can deny that. Genetics are going to spread us out all over the board, but I think it does get back to quality, and I think we've sure got a high quality set of cattle in the ring. So I'll show you a pair of these heifers that I think is just pretty dominant. Win this division. We'll look forward to moving on, but congratulations. Give all these young exhibitors a nice hand.
Congratulations. Thing you drive and when that outlet that thing was figure.
I'd like to take this opportunity to announce our calf champions in our ARB heifer show coming to us out of class number 4. Our champion calf exhibited by J.C. Collins, Clayburgh, Kennedy County 4-H. And second in class 4 was our reserve calf champion exhibited by Kendall Wayhot from Montgomery County 4-H. Also, I hadn't announced class 4, so
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
FFA, and 10th exhibited by Morgan Crane, East Bernard FFA.
classes. We've kind of sorted down to the 10 that we're going to work out here in the middle. We'll move these cattle up on the rail, kind of pull them up. You guys all come this way that are standing in the middle. Everybody else is excused with a realizing, that they're going to get plenty of opportunities to show these cattle and we'll get chances to see them again. It's just unfortunate, but that's where it's going to end up today. So congratulations on a good set of cattle out in the ring, and we're going to work these 10 and place these. So all the way through. And I think when we start sorting them down, we can start breaking them apart. Of the 10 that's in the ring, it gets down to trying to kind of find the ones that put the most good things together. This heifer that wins the class, I think she's real fluid in her movement. I like her. She's flexible. She's stout enough. She's pretty enough, extended enough. She's big enough, in this class, but that's not a detriment. That's just the way she's built. But I like that about that heifer, and I think there's so much good to her. Heifer that comes second behind her isn't quite as elegant. When we start looking at them and really start looking at them on the profile, she's going to get a little more chest and a little more neck. But I think shoulders back, I think she kind of works her way up to the top end. This young lady's heifer that stands third. This is kind of an intriguing animal. I mean, she's moderate. She's real fresh. She's a long ways from where she needs to be. I would move her a little higher up right now, except I'd like to change her. She doesn't have much heel. She sits down on those back feet, kind of paddles out. Doesn't quite as sound down there as I'd like for her to be, but that's a female that I think sure got a lot of future. Young lady, you can head her out of the ring. She's one that'll sure do some good, I think, down the road. Heifer that comes next, the heifer that really, when she came through the gate, I thought, man, that's kind of an interesting looking female. And then you kind of get off and analyze her, and you really like her from the standpoint of, on the profile, she's really attractive. But then when you get up on her and you look down her top and into her hip and down to the ground, really like her. I think there's so much good in this heifer. She's pretty robust in the way she's put together, got some width and dimension to her. So just a good female, very deserving of being up on the front end. Good black heifer here that follows next. Lots of rib, lots of body, lots of cow power. Probably pushing a little too much chest to get her right ahead of these others sitting ahead of her right now. But I think management in this heifer, as we work our way down the road with her, I think she's good enough and sound enough that she could sure work her way up to the front end of this. This red heifer the young man brings next, she's kind of that same way. She's one of those that's, if we manage her right and you kind of get her out and see if she'll kind of she's got enough to her. It's just, are we going to continue to push her along and have enough big cow when we get to the end of the run with her? She's just a pretty good individual. That's sure today. And I mean, not picking on her, but if I'd change her, I'd change her from a hawk to the ground, just like this black baldy heifer that comes next. A heifer that, if we could change them, we'd flex them up a little bit at the ground. We'd make them step under themselves a little more, not be quite as short and jagged when they hit the ground. The female, you just like to change that about her. I like this gray heifer that comes next. I think she's a heifer that probably gets a little too much chest and neck in her at this stage of the game. She's pretty rough and pretty raw in that area, but you got to appreciate the power and dimension. Black heifer that comes next, when we compare her to the one standing above her, probably starting to get a little more tubular in her kind. When she was out in the ring with all 23 of them out here, she sure fit in better. So just a good female that sure got a lot of future to them. Red heifer's the same way. I think in this, get them tightened down into these 10 head, then you can find some things you'd sure like to change about them structurally, but in a big group, she sure fits in. So it's a good set of cattle all the way through. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sankey, for that critique of Class 7, big class of ARB heifers. Winning the class is Kimber Adams from Leon County 4-H. Placing second in Class 7, shown by Randy Rodriguez, Shareland Pioneer FFA. Our third place exhibitor, Olivia Beckner, Victoria County 4-H. Fourth place, shown by Greenlee Wallace, Montgomery County 4-H. Our fifth place exhibitor in class number 7, Cooper Hardcastle, Gonzales County 4-H. Sixth was shown by Quinn Burns, Bowling FFA. Our seventh place exhibitor, Ainsley Oliver, Sealy FFA. Eighth, shown by Shelby Cox, Hayes County 4-H. Our ninth place heifer goes to Ariel Blethen from Needville FFA. And our 10th place female was shown by Madeline DeLega, West Fork FFA. Now showing Class 8 in the North Judging Arena, ARB heifers. We need all heifers out of Class 9 and Class 10, not real big classes 9 and 10. We need your females to the North staging area, Class 9 and 10 ARB heifers.
over on our ARB side, and I'll just be flat honest with you. I've struggled in this class because structural soundness is an issue all the way from one end to the other. It seems like, you kind of see one standing still that you kind of like, and then you get them out and track them around a little, and they're not going to be sound enough on one end or the other, or they're going to kind of come apart when they get on the move. So it becomes more of an issue. And the red heifer that wins the class for me, I guess that's the for no other reason than she's the combination female that does the most things right from a movement standpoint, a structure standpoint. She's pretty fluid. She'll kind of get around. She doesn't have any glaring holes in her. She's just a good female. And I think it's hard to discount the fact that, she's not maybe quite as stout and powerful as some of the others in here, but there's still so much good to her that I think you really have to allow her to find her way to the top, realizing, that's the female that's kind of the combination. The black heifer that follows behind her, standing still, I probably have attracted to her as much as any, but her front end is not right. It's not correct enough and it's not sound enough. And I think the bigger and older she gets, the more of an issue it could become. But today she just kind of had to find her way up there, keeps her from winning the class, or any way we can do that with her, but we can put her second. Young lady's heifer that comes next, she gets up here on movement. She gets up here just because she's pretty fluid. She can kind of track around the ring. She's pretty flexible. She's not overpowering as far as true width and dimension from one end to the other. Not a big soggy made one, but just a really nice cow. And I think sure got a lot of potential down the road. Good place to land for a third place heifer, fourth place heifer. Again, one of those that's starting to want to kind of come apart a little bit. She'll roll in her top. She'll kind of drop her pin. She'll break in her shoulder some, but you just appreciate her because she's got some bone, some substance, some dimension to her. Just a female, and it goes back to structure. How good can we make them and what do we need to make them any better? Yellow heifer that comes next, kind of similar to her, kind of wants to paddle off her front end, not be as good from her shoulder to the ground. On her feet up there, she gets flat down on her heels, doesn't want to really get out and take a nice sound stride like we'd like for her to. Big yellow heifer that comes next is another one that wants to kind of be, I guess, when you look at her right behind her shoulder, she's going to pinch in a little bit. She's going to break a little bit. She's going to drop and roll a little bit drop her pins and roll off those feet a little and just not quite functional enough, but really like her because she does have some true width and dimension and just high quality. Black heifer that's just going to have more of her. We're going to get her farther up. We're going to have to put more mass to her from one end to the other. Heifer that comes next gets a little short strided, tighten her hock, doesn't want to flex and reach up under herself. Heifer that follows out next, again, is a female that we're going to just have to power up some. Going to need more of her if we're going to get her up there, just like this black heifer. They get a little bit refined and a little flatter made, not quite as powerfully made. Big powered up heifer that comes out next has fought this young man all night. He's done a pretty good job of hanging on to her, but she does have an issue up in her shoulders down to the ground that keeps her from being any higher. Congratulations on a good set of cattle.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Judge, for that overview on class number 8, ARB Junior Heifer Show. Winning the class is Casey Cooper, Cold Spring FFA. Placing second in Class 8 is Ainsley Nance, Fulshire FFA. Our third place female was shown by Keelan O'Brien, Angleton FFA. Fourth place goes to Emma Day, Needville FFA. Fifth, shown by Julia Farquhar, El Campo FFA. Sixth place, Avery Lopez, George Ranch FFA. Seventh place heifer shown by Peyton Smith, Santa Fe FFA. Eighth place shown by Allison Valencia, Divine FFA. Ninth, Benjamin Levi, Rouse FFA. And 10th, Evan Hamlin, Nueces County 4-H. Leading in Class 9 into the North to the North Judging Arena. So Class 10 needs you in the North Staging Arena. Class 10, we need your heifers to the North Staging area, ARB heifers.
over on our ARB side. Pretty good place to start this class. Kind of a big, powered up female, really freewheeling, tracks around the ring. She'll reach out under herself. She'll kind of cover her path. She's one that I think just kind of easily comes to the top. Love her standing still, love her on the move. I like the way she's built. I just think she's kind of one that puts a lot of good things together. And the young man's heifer that comes next, she's going to be a little more jammed up, ain't going to be quite as deep and soggy and pretty and attractive, but she tracks like that heifer does that wins the class. She'll reach up under and she'll cover her step. She'll kind of get out and move. Just a good place to be second with a nice female. Red heifer that comes next. I really love this heifer. I love that soggy middle that she has in her. She's really a deep rib, deep bodied, gets a little too much chest pushed up into her, throws her out of balance, doesn't want to let her kind of just step back when you look at them, doesn't give us that real neat look to her, but I love her from a cow power standpoint, just like the black heifer that comes next. Heifer that gets a little shorter in the way she's just compact together from one end to the other. A little shorter in her spine, a little shorter in her hip, not as much cow as we have standing above her, but the extra dimension, rib and width and body that she has, I think gives her an advantage over the young lady's red heifer that follows out. So a good set of cattle all the way through. Congratulations to these young exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge, for that overview of class number 9. Placing and winning the class is Rodney Rhodes from San Jacinto County 4-H. Our second place exhibitor, Luke Stacy from Dobie FFA. Third in class 9 goes to Stormy Fuchs from Magnolia West FFA. Fourth place shown by Jake Doolin, Foster FFA. And our fifth place female shown by Caitlin McDaniel, Sabinal FFA. Now bringing in class 10 to the North Judging Arena. Just 2 heifers in this class, and so following class 10, we'll select our junior division winners.
And there's, the obvious differences are class winner is going to just be a bigger, powered up, more dimension from one end to the other, just a cow that's got so much more rib and body to her. The thing I do appreciate about both these heifers, they're both really good moving females. They'll track out, get around the ring. Young lady's heifer that's second, she's really fresh in her kind. She's probably given up some true width and dimension compared to the heifer standing above her, obviously, but still a good young female that's got a lot of quality about her, a lot of future down the road. So nice pair of these heifers. We'll look forward to bringing them back into our division.
Thank you, Judge, for that critique on class number 10. Win the class is Madeline Gitlitz from Waller County 4-H. Second in class 10, Alana
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
over in the ARB ring, we'll kind of bring this second division to a close with the good cattle. I mean, we have sorted through a bunch of them. We started with some really big classes and worked our way through, and I mean, it was critical, I think, in some of these places to just admit to the fact that we were having to place cattle on structure. But at the end, when you get out here and put them in the lineup, there's still cattle that fit into this lineup. They look good out here. They fit into kind of the quality and the type. And so from that standpoint, it's really a nice set of cattle. Some differences, I think, in you can tell that genetically, we've sure got some different kinds, but I think from a quality standpoint, no doubt we got a good set of them. So I'll show you a pair of champions. Give them a nice hand. Congratulations to these young exhibitors. We'll look forward to bringing them back at the end of the day.
Champions in class 7. During that drive.
And our champion in our ARB heifer show comes to us out of class number 7. That's Kimber Adams, Leon County 4-H. What was reserved?
510 reserve. Yeah.
And our reserve champion in our junior division in our ARB heifer show comes to us out of class number 10, shown by Madeline Gitlitz from Waller County 4-H. Congratulations to our junior division winners, as well as all of the youngsters who showed in our junior ARB heifer classes. We'll now lead in class 13. Class 13 in our ARB heifers. Class 14, make your way to the north staging area in our ARB heifer show. Class 13, walking in. Class 14, make your way to the staging area.
nice set of these big Heifers. We get into the older division over on our ARB side, and it's a pair of them up here on the front end that I think kind of work themselves up to the top end. And there's just the differences that I see in these two cattle and the way they ended up the way first and second. Heifer in first, obviously, you can stand back and see that she's got a little less chest. She's got a little more extension up in her front end. But along with that, where I'm going to get critical of her, she wants to pinch behind her, kind of right in behind that, behind her shoulders, kind of in her heart. Doesn't have that extra forerib that we've got in our second place heifer. But the real advantage when I stand behind these heifers and look at them is the udder development that our class winner has. To me, she just appears to be farther along in calf. She's getting closer and farther along in gestation, and I think that's to her advantage. Young lady does a nice job with this heifer, stands second. You know, what we don't would like to change about her is we'd like to change her right at her shoulder down into that brisket area, clean that up, pull a little of that out of her. But from there back, I think you really have to just appreciate how much cow we have there, how much true dimensions in that female. Then we get into a female that's kind of a combination of those two efforts standing above her. I wish that she was further along and had showed us more udder development, showed us that she was a little closer to Kevin. I think she'd be one to push the top end of this a little harder because she's got some bone and substance and power to her, comes around the ring in a pretty good rig. So she's a heifer that just appreciates. She's just not far enough along for me. The big, heavy made red heifer that comes next, heifer that just, when we get her out on the move, she kind of struggles on that front end. You can tell the kind of way she wants to bob and kind of get out and work herself around the ring. I do love her, though, from the standpoint that's a power cow, and there's a tremendous amount of good in the bone and substance and dimension she brings. Heifer that stands next, I mean, honestly, from her shoulders back, I'm going to tell you there's as much good in her as any of them we have. From her shoulders forward, though, she just comes apart for me. She gets way out of balance, way too much chest, way just kind of comes apart on that front end structure. But I do love her udder quality. I think she's getting closer to Kevin. You can see she's going to have a nice udder. And I think one good thing about it, they calve her out and let her get out, and she'll nurse that front end out of her, and she's probably going to be a real attractive cow. The young man's heifer that comes next, that's a heifer that I like. She's just a little too hollow looking for me. I just wish we had her further along and would have her softer made and just be more like those females standing up on the front end because she's that kind of cow. She just hadn't got far enough along pregnancy wise to really do herself any good. As we work our way back through these females, I think that's what you're going to see. Heifers that just aren't far enough along. They don't show us enough udder development. They're heifers that are not really reaching that point where I'd like to see them at this stage of the game. Cattle that need, as we get down to these last two heifers, probably going to need more cow in there if we're going to get them on the front end. But good set of cattle all the way through. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Judge, for that overview of Class 13. Winning the class, Zachary Buchanan, Ellis County 4-H. Placing second in Class 13, Paisley Grosky, Riesel FFA. Our third place female exhibited by Isaiah Quezada from Dayton FFA. Fourth place, Adelie Petros, Sealy FFA. Fifth place, ribbon goes to Ava Seward, Royal FFA chapter. Sixth place female exhibited by Brady Holmes, Goliad County 4-H. Our seventh place goes to Riley Reed, Latexo FFA. Eighth place heifer exhibited by Barnes Kale, Brenham FFA. Our ninth place shown by Aaron Arviza, Crockett FFA. And 10th, Bianca Alanis, Dobie FFA. Now leading in Class 14 in our ARB heifer show. So Class 15, we need you in the north staging area, our last class of the day on the north side. Class 15, ARB heifer.
another really nice class. We get into these older females and and I'll just be, real honest with you. We've got a great young pair to win the class. A female that just, I think, puts so many good things together. She's doing what we ask her to do. And so, I'm not going to discount her. I will tell you, I'd like to refine that udder quality just a little bit. Just make those teeth just a little more refined in her kind. But she's got a nice calf inside, and she's doing it, and she's done it right. Held herself together. Just a pretty good place to start the class with. And now I'm going to tell you the one that I'm so attracted to, that I like so well, is this young lady's heifer standing second. This would be the one that if she just showed me any kind of udder underneath her, if she was just anywhere like the heifer standing behind her, just getting a little heavier in calf, further along gestation wise, I'd probably have to really consider putting her up there, because this is a good cow. She just, this stage of the game, be this age and not have any more udder quality, udder development than she has. I just can't run her any further up, and I can't beat that pair that stands above her. Young lady's heifer that comes next, going to lay down and have one here pretty soon. You can tell she's really starting to kind of break apart. Her structure problems are probably starting to be accentuated a little bit when she gets as far along and as heavy as she's made. She's wanting to break out her shoulder and kind of drop back in her pins a little bit. She looks like to me she's going to have plenty of udder. An advantage, I think, when we compare to the heifer that stands behind her that has already got a calf on the ground. But I think we look at them, we think, we need more milk production out of this heifer that's standing fourth. She's just going to have to do more for us. Her calf kind of shows it. I think we're going to have to just get a little more out of her, but I'll give her credit because she's doing what you ask her to do. And then we round out with another really good female. Got some bone, got some substance, heavy made cattle that just, the purpose of doing all this is to get them into production. And so we need them there to get further up. So congratulations on a nice set of cattle.
Well, thank you, Judge, for that overview of class number 14. Let me see the plate. Winning that class is Addison Enriquez from Hidalgo County 4-H. Our second place exhibitor, J.C. Walker, Huffman FFA. Third place female shown by Laney Kubetka, Matagorda County 4-H. Fourth, shown by Arthur Flores, Iowa Colony FFA. And fifth, shown by Leslie Gonzalez, Lyford FFA. Now leading in our last class in our ARB Heifer Show, Class 15. Following Class 15, we will select our senior division winners.
males, and this is obviously they're getting broke apart basically off of gestation length. Who's getting close to calving? Who looks like a cow? Who's got that extra rib and dimension that brings to us? And I love this young female that's winning our class. I wish that she already had that calf on the ground at her age, but still, I think she's one that's got love her udder shape. She's going to have a tremendous amount of milk production. Udder quality looks like it's going to hold together fairly well. I like the way she carries back in with lots of rib and dimension. Female that comes as close to her and types this big heifer that follows next. She's not as far along, but still, I think she's showing us that she's getting a lot closer. This last two pair of heifers, and I'm not picking on your management skills. I'm just telling you that for me today, if we could just get them a little heavier bred, a little further along, a little further in gestation, closer to calving. I like the cattle. I like the way they're put together. I think there's so much good in them, but we're just going to kind of have to get them further along if we're going to get them further up. So congratulations on a good set of cattle.
Well, thank you, Miss Sankey, for those comments in class number 15.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Winners, make ready. We'll be coming to y'all with the grand drive here very quickly.
So, folks that are ringside, I'd be honest, tell you that this is one of the trickiest classes that I've had to put together today. And I'm not saying that there's not good ones out here. I just don't know if there was one that jumped out and really hit me right off the bat. And so there's a thing or two you'd like to change or tweak on each one of these. I'm perfectly aware that the winner's not perfect in a couple of spots, but I think that there's the most good in this heifer. And in terms of just the cow function of her body shape and the quality that she gives you from the side, I think there's enough more look and enough more presence in a pair of heifers that I think are sounder structured, looser made cattle that have the softness that I like. And I think that she just has enough more look and enough more extension to give her the nod here in the lead. Now, I'll tell you that her front feet are a little twisted out. I don't love that about her. And if she wasn't that way, I would say that she would win this class easy. But it's not right now seeming to affect the way she moves. But that's something I would like to tweak. And that's probably my hesitation on really tying into her. I do think the best footed heifer is probably the one that's in second. I think she's big and rugged in terms of the way she's made. She's a heifer that I think can move pretty good for how much substance she has underneath as well. She is just really plain headed for me. And I just don't read this heifer being nearly as feminine, nearly as attractive. But I like what she represents in terms of ruggedness. And that's why she's at the top end of this class. Big feet, moves good, easy doing. I just wish she was a little prettier headed if I was going to start with her. I think you get that in this third place heifer. I think here's another refined one that's elegant in the way she's made. I just don't think there's enough to this heifer to move her up any higher in this class. I'd like to open her up, give her more rib shape and dimension, give her a stouter foot underneath of her as well, but a quality heifer that's got some look and some presence to her. We got a nice heifer that comes next. She at times gets a little bit straighter shouldered, and she can't pick her neck up out of it quite as high and as tidy and attractive. Here's a heifer that's still good in her lines, but, again, I'd like to maybe tweak that front end structure on her just a little bit as well. The heifer that ends up next is a big, stout, rugged one that to me gets just a little coarser in the way she's made, a little rounder at the edge of her shoulder, a little lower in her pin set, but she's a power cow in terms of just her feature and her mobility. A bigger outline, higher performing, probably as much growth as any in this heifer that comes next. She's a little too straight behind. I'd like to give her more flex to her hock, but she does hold herself together okay. She's a good, big, performance-oriented heifer. Another performance-oriented one here that's a little plainer her in the way that she's made and in terms of her rib shape. Heifer that's a little more moderate comes next, that needs to be more maternal in a rib and her structure. There's a pair of heifers that come next that I'd like to just give them a little different hind leg. This heifer right here needs to be better off her front end structure. I don't know if she's got an injury or what's going on. She's pretty rolled out there on her knees. We got a pair of heifers here that we just got to have more weight per day of age and performance to move them up. But a quality class all the way through. Congratulations.
And our reserve senior champion, also coming out of class number 13, exhibited by Paisley Grosky, Riesel FFA. Congratulations to our senior division winners, along with all of the kids that showed in our senior heifer classes. Kind of get re-racked here and bring in our KEF junior and senior division winners and pick our overall grand champion in our ARB heifer show on the north side.
Well, I would say there's been a couple of tricky classes, and we sign up for another one here in this group of fall heifers, and I'll be honest with you, I could see you making a case for any of these three, and I'll be blunt with you. I actually toyed with the scenario in which each one of these heifers would start in my mind, and then I could say, well, hey, there's something about each one of these three that you can make a case to put them third as well. And so here's what I see. I think this heifer that wins, I'll be honest with you, it's not that she wins on power or dimension or volume, but I still think this is the highest quality heifer. And I think it starts at the ground. I think it starts in terms of the angles of the way she's made. She's the most upheaded and attractive in terms of the shape of her head and neck. She looks like a female. She's maternal in her body type. It's not as bold as I'd like it to be, but it's soft and smooth. Her muscle pattern's right. She's got the longest hip and hind leg in the group. Yeah, she needs powered up, no question. I think you got more powerful options in second and third, but I keep tying into this one's kind in terms of her quality, maternal characteristics, and her structural integrity. Yep, the real power heifer is this one that's in second. And, I think that here's one that brings forth some interesting pieces. She's performance oriented. For one that's that massive, I think she moves okay. She's a little bit awkward in the way she proportions because she's a little awkward and weird in the way that her shoulders set into her. I don't see this heifer being nearly as elite in terms of the design of her hip and hind leg. I just don't read her as maternal in her udder quality as well either. So again, it's not like any big major red flags. There's just a collection of little things on that heifer in second that I ended up picking on her for. The one in third, I thought, there's times where you're like, well, here's one that's really fresh. Here's one that's really round bodied. Here's one that's very genuine. Here's one that handles it very well in terms of her structural makeup. From her shoulder back, I think you can appreciate her top line and the organization of it. She's just really jammed up in terms of her neck where her hump sits. She's crested up pretty good. I can't get this heifer to just lengthen out and look like a female up front. She's not north, but I like her structural integrity. I think she's a little more rugged than this heifer that comes in fifth. The one that's in fifth is certainly one that's attractive, really refined. I think she probably takes the refinement a little too far because I got to see a little more cow power in terms of her rib and her base width. She'll get just a little twisted out on those front feet as well, and so I don't think she epitomizes perfection of structure either. A heifer that comes next is moderate and soft bodied, a little rounder in the way she's built, a little straighter in her shoulder. Heifer that comes next is one that's got some softness, but she's too plain featured. We round our class out with a pair of heifers here that I think are certainly extended enough, but for their frame, we've got to soften them just a little bit. But these guys are all doing a great job out here. So really, my congratulations.
And some of them at that time, you turn the glass, Lane Hunter, little limit in that thing, crazy boy. I said, then going to you, Gaither of the Harris County 4A, seventh in the class at Ethan, Milton, Grimes County 4A, or eighth place, Allie Bowen.
Well, we get ready to wrap up this side of the ring on the with our champion ARB, and we've had a full day, and it's been a great day. And I can tell you from standing right here where I'm at, the quality that stands in the ring to pick our last champion is as good as any we've seen come through here from the first ones all through these breeds. And it's a testament, I think, to everybody that works so hard down here to put these events on and, and reward these young exhibitors for bringing good ones. You get to be a champion here. It means something, I think. And when you live on the outside of Texas and you see these things happen and you watch it happen, and then you get the opportunity to come down, stand in the ring with them, then you know what it really means. But it's been a great day. It's been a lot of fun. I look forward to finishing this thing at the end of the day when Cassidy and I get together and talk about how many good cattle we've seen. But for the end in this segment of it up and this section of it, I think we've got a pair of heifers that just are too hard to leave out. They got to stay together. Our calves are going to be our champions. Congratulations.
And there's your champions in our ARB Junior Heifer Show, both coming out of the Heifer Calf division. Our grand champion, shown by J.C. Collins, Clayburgh, Kennedy County 4-H. Congratulations. And our reserve grand champion was our reserve Heifer Calf champion, shown by Kendall Wayhott, Montgomery County 4-H. Congratulations to those two exhibitors showing those two stout, good white heifers that are grand reserve in our ARB heifer show. Again, you exhibitors that were fortunate enough, JC and Kendall, to be champion reserve in our ARB heifer show, we need to get you to fill out those bios as soon as you possibly can and turn them in up here to the announcer stand.
A little more manageable size class here, and still lots of variety and lots of trade-offs, but I think the one that wins is kind of the compromise heifer in here. And I'll be honest, she's probably not going to win a lot of beauty contests as far as just being a flashy type of heifer. But I think just from a basic sense, she's moderate, she's big bodied, got a right kind of foot shape and structure underneath of her. I think she wins on the basics alone. And then I think we've got a few more to sort through. If you want one with some performance, I think this heifer in second really sets the standard for that. She's a big outline, really powerful, long bodied one. I just thought this heifer was a little sharper in her hock and a little more awkward in the way that she's presenting herself. Kind of breaks there right in the middle of her top. And so some little things that I think in terms of aesthetics got her into a second spot. But she's got more demour and she's got quite a bit more cow dimension than this one in third. This heifer in third, I think, has a nice look to her, but she's a little too refined because I'd like to just give her more power all the way through. She's a little flatter bodied. She's a little frailer bone, a little smaller in her kind. She just gets a little out-horsed in this group, but there's too much quality in her to keep her out of the top three. This heifer that comes in fourth is long-bodied as well. She needs a different hind leg, and for her frame, she needs to soften just a little bit, a little plainer featured in terms of her look and her body shape as well. Round our class out with one of the stouter ones in here. Young man's got a bold-centered, big-ribbed one. Just need to change her structurally. She's upright and out of her knee and kind of twisted on those front feet. Need to just give her a different hind leg. But again, a good quality class, 5 nice heifers. Congrats.